And of course, let's go. Mic check. 1, 2. Too Legit City on the mic. We are back. Max difficulty Blasted Ceres. Totally not our second attempt. It might be. And we stabilized. At least the early game. We're still in the starter area though. Having a little bit of oxygen problems. Just a little. Food is on the floor. The polluted oxygen might rot the food a little bit faster, so that's not really that good. I probably want to get off of the polluted oxygen once we get our bombs, not spawn, but we're just gonna get an open electrolyzer set up. Solid carbon dioxide. Totally legit. Alright, we're just gonna leave that there, man. We gotta get the oxygen to here though, so we can start breathing in this area. So yeah, we need this, otherwise breathing is going to be a little bit harder. I probably do want to start opening up some oxalite over here. There is a little bit up top. Outside of that, this is the last amount that we have. Let's open a little bit down here. This is, I don't know how much this is going to help because it's in the wrong spot. But we'll leave it like this. When I hear someone sat, not our X attempt, I think... yeah, X++ is still an offer option you haven't excluded. But let's have fun and enjoy the Delta K in life. Board Easy, welcome in. I'm be real, my English comprehension is not comprehending. Carrie! Coming in with a raid, shout out to you. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. And of course, how was the stream? Playing some Oxygen not included. God, ready to run. Have a dentist appointment. Yo, man. Be good. Hopefully it's nothing too bad. Some people, including me, have a fear of the dentist. Ever since, I mean, there's no problem with the dentist as an adult, but as a child, man, I remember all the pain. Either way, though, have a good one. Appreciate the raid. Take care of business. You have the fear, yo, man. I believe it's nothing too bad. I mean, at this point, we've probably had worse. Nonetheless, though, have a good one. Have a safe trip. One of the things they like to give you is anesthesias. So hopefully someone is driving you if that's the case. But yo, man, appreciate you. Thank you for the raid. Though you guys coming in with the carry raid, my name is Too Legit. We're doing a max difficulty run on the Blasted Ceres lab map. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help. As you can see, this is our second attempt. We already died on the first attempt because I messed up the calories. And now it's looking like we might be messing up the oxygen. It's kind of bad. We are living off of the pea dirt that we get from the outhouses right now. And then we're going to be trying to set up an electrolyzer. We're just going to have an open electrolyzer with a, you know, water boiler there. And we have a lot of ice right here to melt. So it should be fine to get that started. It's also like minus 80 degrees. So it's, I don't think it's going to melt that fast. Conveyor loader. This is the supply teleporter, second planet. But yeah, any questions, let me know. Otherwise, we are going to be trying to set all this up. There is an opening here. I think we're just going to put a wall right here. And it's because while this could be nice to enter to, we might enter from like around. I don't know. We'll see. For the most part, though, this is like a good little area to catch the hydrogen. And I feel like it'd be pretty good. I'm going to start setting up our airflow here. Do you have natural spacing? Oh, good, board easy. Autocorrect will make you talking about ducks. 1, 2, 3, 4. So here, here, here? No, it's 3. Here. So that's our normal spacing. All right, let's do it right here then. We will do the electrolyzer right here. Hydrogen goes up. And then we will have oxygen come down. Okay. We will probably want to get this started. Oh, we got the hydrogen gen. Let's go. Dude, tidal turbines. But we got no tidal turbines. Those are so good. They really were. Oh, I don't have electrolyzer tech? What in the world? Ha, I don't. That's so funny. All right, we'll wait till we get the element sensor. We're still building up anyways. Okay. We're gonna need the smart battery here. Oh, we don't have refined metal. I guess we're still having to do the copper right there. Stress is kind of a problem right now. The dupes do be the stressed out. And we're slipping on liquid CO2 all the time. This is where all the minerals are at that we've got. Since there's no minerals in the starting area, we have to use wood. So they have to do a lot of travel. And because it's cold, they're slowed down a little bit. And then on top of that, it's unbreathable. So they have to hold their breath. A lot of bad things going on for us. So this is all going to escape slowly, I guess. Let's just do a little bit of digging to help it out. This alveo vera, when it does get harvested, should get moved to here. So we could release some oxygen to help us out. Outside of that, it probably makes a lot of sense to try to get a deodorizer on this level. So let me get this. This is dirt. Yeah, we'll just do that there. And run the wire through. Sand has gone down by a ton. We have almost none. I actually want to, I should probably stop this, to be honest. I need to stop building with the minerals. Because it's probably not worth right now. We'll finish that last tile. And we'll try to get this built. Oh, my man's crying. Once this gets built, it should be not too bad. We do want the H2 gen. And then we got to get the rock crusher started. Sounds like a bad day to be buried alive on a planetoid, hoping to deal with stress with positive vibes. Hey, man. Camille is having a bad day. And it all stems from the fact that she's cold. All right, man. You know what? We have another sweater, right? Oh, we do. Let's go. We're going to give this to Camille. Hopefully this stops her from being cold. This is snazzy soon. It's probably fine. And then she'll stop being stressed. Right? Because the stress is coming from the fact that she got chilly surroundings. And then here it's because liquid carbon dioxide is making the dupes wet. That's such a bad setup though. It's like, man, imagine. Alright, we're gonna do the starter setup like this. We're probably gonna need one of these. And then this is gonna go up. Oh man, 98, 99. Oh dude, full bladder is causing stress. Come on, man. Alright, if you could go to sleep. Yes, sleeping minus 20% stress. Let's go. Unscheduled nap. Oh, that's a clutch nap, dude. She took a nap just to remove stress. Chit chat. Let's go. Gotta boost the morale with good vibes. Hey, man. We're gonna live, dude. And then we're gonna make the planet warm. Look at the other girls. They're wearing schoolgirl outfits. They're not cold. It's all gonna work out, man. Alright, Camille, I saw that. You gotta go wash your hands. Hey, Fed. Coming in with the Prime. Thanks for the Prime. Using it on me. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoy your stay. Enjoy the emote 20 as ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. Appreciate the Prime. Thank you so much. I had to make sure they actually wash their hands. A lot of these people are not washing their hands because we don't have enough wash basins. Dude, look at that bed. It's gross. This guy wiped his hands on his bed after pooping. Come on, man. You better than that. That's gross. Where's the copper, dude? I got that from the pod, right? So it's like right here. Yeah, it's right there. Dude, can we make this? I guess we're just waiting for the other stuff for now. Stress went from 99 to 98. Let's go. Right now, though, it looks like we are barely getting by with the calories. It should be fine. If we get this, though, it solves the oxygen problem. So it's going to be pretty nice if we could get that. Problem is, yeah, they have to hold their breath while building all of this. Alright, these were just placeholders for spacing. But yeah, we got to build this out. Dude, Camille is going over to the build. She's big Madge. Oh, she's a vomiter. We have to make sure our calories are stocked. If not, she's gonna have a bad time. Hopefully she doesn't die or anything. Like, we have food. Let's give them... Oh, no, bro. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. She has 2,000 calories. I think she'll lose 1,500. So she might get into starvation, but I don't think she'll die. She dumps 100 calories every time she vomits. She'll vomit like 5 to 6 times. And then her natural calorie degen. Stress vomiting is not the business, dude. You know what's also not the business? vomiting and immediately having the fluids freeze. Oh, and she has full bladder the entire time. That's so bad. She makes it, right? Timo did not wash his hands, man. Dude, yeah, we need to get another sink. My dupes are just not washing their hands, and they're starting to get food poisoning. Oh, man. Oh, we got the baby Phloxes alive. The first little eggs hatched. Okay, it's decent. Alright, so we got the stuff. We got to get electrolyzer now. Still got to build this. Okay, so... this kind of sucks, but I think we have to do it. I guess we'll just use wood again for now. We'll replace everything later. We need to get a second sink, man. We're gonna basically move another outhouse here. The food poisoning, not the business. All right, make sure to get that stocked with water. There we go. All right, hand wash improved. Little bit of automation wire, decent. Let's get the smart battery here. That means a little bit of rock crushing got started. Yeah, the lack of breathing kind of sucks. Oh man, the mayor's having a bad time. Who's my farmers? Ranching man and cooking man. We need a farmer man. We kind of do. This is kind of crazy. I have almost never needed farming because we transition away from it pretty fast. I realize I probably don't need these airflow tiles here, because we're not going to be running a submerged setup. We just need a floating setup here. Then we just got to climb up, dig out a lot of the solid carbon, because that's going to be the first thing that's going to liquefy. And then put some tiles. And then we'll get it started. So we're getting wood from the Phloxes now. We have enough food for the colony. We have enough for, I mean, assuming we cook everything, which is why we have 2 of these. Got to get the second toilet, third toilet. But the hand washing should be better. CO2 here is good. Breathability is getting carried by this, I want to say. Slightly. No one's running that wheel yet, which is pretty good. This is only going to be like a Kickstarter. Though I probably do want to get a gas res after all this. Thico. I guess we could try to make the mech filter right now. It's gonna go into here. Wow. We could do this. That kind of works. I don't think I want to do that though. If not there, I would have to put it here, ground level. Or we do it here. 1, 2, 3. No, it's not wide enough. Yeah, it would have to be ground level. All right, electrolyzer is good. Let's grab gas res. We still have to build this. This is kind of crazy. Okay, power lines right there. I will want an insulated tile for the bottle drainer. I guess we'll just put it right here. Oh, I gotta grab that tack. That's fine. We gotta build this anyways. Oh, look at the tiers. Ice Machine D Mayor. They call him the fridge for all the wrong reasons. Sad times. It's okay, man. He's just fertilizing the plants. I know, man. He's crying, dude. Feels bad. Alright, a little bit of fertilization down there. Looks like none of the Alveo Vera is getting harvested. Or they're just leaving the oxalite there and not delivering it. Are we cooked? Yeah, the food's getting cooked. Now, the reason why they're mad is because this pool of liquid CO2 is enough to push everyone that's building the stuff to be stressed out. Everyone that doesn't go over there because they're either researching or cooking all day is not that bad. They're chilling. It's literally just because these guys are getting soggy feet sopping wet. Right? And the stress is already, like, frankly depressing, and then that gets balanced out with high morale. So anything on top of that, it's kind of bad. Mesh tiles, man. What are mesh tiles? You made a mess? Oh my god. They built the outhouse but never delivered the dirt. Good lord. What a travesty. That's probably just gonna freeze, I guess. Oh, that's tough. Yeah, we are doing sublimation. Yeah, there's some ways to deal with it. The biggest way for us to deal with it is just running the electrolyzer, though. Picking up sand from this area for the deodorizers, huh? Hey, man. How come no one's cleaning the toilets? We're technically alive. Alright, there is dirt here finally. It is. I don't know if we have any tidier specialists right now. Yeah, everyone is doing that as a secondary job. We can't afford another dupe right now. We got to get the oxygen up. Could we force someone to do tidying then? Two cooks. The builder needs to build. Maybe this guy could help out. Alpha, the tidier. We're not really digging right now, so that kind of works out. He will do this though once he can. Dude, Camille's already at 93%. We gotta fertilize the plants, dude. This is the oxygen right now. Oh man, he's so close to crying again. We need to build this, dude. We're gonna need to get a gas mill up here eventually for the hydrogen. All right, first setup here. To help out with some of the liquids. Yeah, that's the only way we could do it right now. You have to use the ice liquefier and then you get a bottle. And then I have to grab bottle drainer tech. After I get gas res, I have to grab bottle drainer. Dude, without that, that would be such a pain. There is ways to do it though. You have to build like a box of insulated tiles. And then pump it up immediately. All right, looks like the polluted oxygen is not as much anymore. Kind of nice. Wood is at 3.4. Has technically gone up. Set this up to 95.55. They're grabbing the sand for the deodorizers. All right, the ladder work. Let's go. D-Mare, you got this, buddy. Right, that's going to be the ladder setup we're probably going to want. Little bit of a struggle, but we're getting there. We're getting there, kind of. The food's going down. That's not good. Calories are going down. Did we miss a couple days of harvesting? There is some pike apples on the side. Oh, we can't reach it. This is no longer in reach, so we gotta dig that. There's a pike apple down here for some reason. Oh, dude. Okay, you have 2,000 calories. Stress vomiter again. Is that what's happening? She's eating more calories because she's vomiting the calories. Oh no, bro. Getting this would be kind of sweet. I don't want to have to dig the snow. And then we want to grab the pike apples there. Oh man. Starving notification. Okay. No more stress. Yeah, they're eating the pike apples. We need to keep up with that. This is kind of a bad situation right now, man. This is kind of a bad situation. We have 36. And if we cook everything, we should be good. I bet everyone's going to be mad right now because of the soggy feed. Cinnabar, sure. Gotta grab the bottle drainer tack. Gotta grab the pike apples. Gotta grab the pike apples. Calories went up a little bit from getting the pike apples. We need to continue cooking. Alright, we do also want to dig the tiles there. We're probably just gonna do this. If we can. Just wood tiles, because that's probably the closest thing we have. At some point, we're gonna get the pumpage. And the power line. So that's going to be needed to get the spawn kind of running. Calories are kind of okay. We're getting to the pike apples on the side. Finally get to this. We could still jump down, I believe. So these are still in range. All right, calories went up. Oh man, so this is gonna melt and then this is gonna collapse, so I want to stop that before it happens. I could allow this to just stay there. That should be fine. Another thing is that because it's CO2, it might mess with the gases. I'm hoping it doesn't. This door allows gas through, which is why I need to do something with that. The breathability is so suspect. All right. Starvation. Not good, but we're fine, it looks like. Okay, so we are going to do a mechanical filter. So this has to go into a bridge system. Let's see. Let's think about this for a second. We are going to be pumping up the gas from up top. Hydrogen, but then, you know, getting a filter would be kind of nice. We could just take the damage and just pump it up later and don't do a filter. Ultimate lazy build. Let's go. So we just don't run the pump. We run the gas element sensor down here. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. It might be better to have it before. For now, I'm just gonna run no filter so that we could just have this running, and then just run the wheel, let it accumulate, and then afterwards it'll just be something we'll have running without having to add in any labor. Well, I guess that's not true because we're gonna need the bottle drainer. Oh, dude, I probably want insulated pipes. Dude, there's so much tech we need. I mean, this isn't built yet, so I guess I shouldn't be too worried. A lot of harvesting we could do, a lot of farming we got to keep up with. Insufficient oxygen generation. Not good times. We got to start fertilizing the plants. There's already wood there, so they just got to build it. Okay. Running the wheel so we could have our cooks cook. 2 cooks to keep up with the food. We're researching because we need the tech. Otherwise, having her help out with some of the labor would have been nice. Okay, we got our seal in. Let's go. CO2 liquefied as expected. Alright, everything else over there is just... we just need them to build. It shouldn't take too long. A lot of these builds are, you know... not insulated, so it's not going to take that long. Oop, another stress reaction. D Mayor is going to start crying again. I'm sorry, D Mayor. He's already cried twice today. We're doing the bad times. This is poop and dupe. Stress burp. Eating immediately. All right, so let's check this. We have enough morale. There's no meal haul. Getting back in a little while. Have a safe trip, Hunter. We'll see you later, dude. We don't need the meal haul right now because it looks like we have enough morale, and getting the meal haul doesn't really help out with anything, so don't really need that. Just need to make sure we're you know, good on the morale. D Mayor is probably crying right now. Feels bad. He is. He do the ugly cry, dude. We need to fertilize though. Oh my god. This is such a weird point of the game. I want more dupes, but I can't feed them. And I need to research, so we're taking away even more labor away. We're making progress though. A lot of things are getting built, but it's not getting done fast enough. All right, when the power goes out, the people start fertilizing the crops. Dude, the oxygen. Nothing's happening, man. The floxes don't get to eat because they're not getting fertilized. We have 12 tons of phosphorite still, so the pike apples are fine. For now... Ooh, making the big res. That actually takes a while. So we're teching up bottle drainer. After that, we're going to do insulated piping. And then hopefully by then, that's going to be the last thing we got to build. It honestly feels like the sand is not good. Let's put the sand here. Just move it all at once. You just make one trip. Well, I don't have carrying capacity. That's still probably going to be multiple trips. I would turn this on right now if I could. But we don't have a way of adding water yet. Like, we have the power and the battery connected. It's quite literally just the inability. I guess because of that, we should probably cut the wire there. To add the waters to the electrolyzer. Once we could do that, I will immediately want to run it. Okay. The bottom half is done. Automation wire, and then the rest of this. Soon, boys. Soon. This starter area sucks. We will eventually be good, though. And there's a lot of oxygen in here. Need to start digging this. I don't want to dig that right now because I feel like we need to just have all the labor focus on that. All right, plants are fertilized. We get a printout. Alveo Vera, sure. Okay. Things are getting built, maybe. People are stressed though. Delivered 0p dirt. That looked really weird. I guess I can't really judge though. Picking up the sand. Okay, look at that. Progress. All right, I'm at a point where I'm thinking we're really just waiting for the research technology. Once we finish building this, we'll not have to go into here anymore, so we wouldn't be as stressed. And then after that, we're probably going to open this up a little bit wider. Get our second staircase in. Mainly because it's going to be very breathable in this area. And then we're going to want the CO2 from the solid carbon dioxide right there. Bunch of spikes everywhere. That we need that to be able to float down to here. So that's probably going to be the play. We got an achievement. Oh, the automation achievement. I was like, what do we get? Red light, green light. The researcher's running the wheel. Man, we got to do what we got to do. Just a little bit of power so that the cooks keep cooking. We go through 14,000 calories a day. We're not allowing them to eat the raw pike apples because we have to actually cook everything to have enough calories. This is going to be hydrogen. Okay, this is about done. On downtime right now. Can't be too mad. Calories dip below 30,000. We have 15 of that as unperishable. 19 of that is unperishable food. Okay. And then we gotta cook these. I don't think it counts the calories inside the... Yeah, it doesn't. Because the meat's inside. It's not showing up there. Doing both researches still. 100 tons of dirt. That seems to be okay. And they're cleaning the toilets. Let's go. No more messes, man. We gotta stop that. Alright, we're gonna just leave the sand there. So hopefully we're not making the long trips. That's gonna be the only thing that makes us go over to this side right now. Shouldn't I have a little bit of sand here? Oh, I guess we used it all already. Soon, boys. Soon. We will be stabilized soon. A little bit of stress right now, though. Narcoleptic nap. I like how when she's unscheduled nap, she actually goes to the bed. That's so funny. Yeah, they're narcoleptic, but you know what, man? I'ma wait till I get to my bed before we actually do anything with that. Okay, just a little bit more water. Nice, and then it's just dirt research. Picking up the dirt. Stopped picking up the dirt because they gotta poop. Classic. High stress, dude. 97 Camille. Okay, she has a lot of calories, so hopefully it's not going to be too bad. The dupes are eating pretty well, so... Hunger solved, hopefully. Ooh, look at that! Meet the cleaner. Getting the dirt for themselves for the research. Man, we go through the dirt pretty fast. Six kgs a second. Wow. Yeah, they go through that pretty fast. No one's helping her get the dirt. Just gotta get the dirt for ourselves. Stress vomiting. Calories are good enough. Okay, cool. little bit more for the up top. Okay. Insulate pipe time. We need to get the bottle drainer right there. I saw the first half when she was talking about it. I didn't know she had the background in software stuff and worked at Frost Giant. Everything makes a lot more sense now. I thought she was just random mom that was like, oh, my kids want to become gamers. You know what? I'm gonna support them. And then she starts talking about, oh yeah, man, we would work in this space. A lot of people I'm talking with are like, yeah, man, this is gonna be good and stuff like that. And then it's like, oh, I see now. It's because of the fact that, you know, she was in that space at the time and it was, you know, lucrative from what the people around her were telling. And it makes a lot more sense. But yeah, I only saw the first half before they start talking about other stuff. Makes a lot more sense, man. How you doing though, Shrimp Scabby? Happy Friday, dude. Appreciate you for tuning in. Hope you're having a good Fridays, my man. Do you watch any other StarCraft leagues? Sometimes I see them have like another league and they're playing at the same time. Like the GGL league or something. I don't know. That might be wrong. You don't? Yeah, I don't either. I feel like I'm just kind of watching whatever Artosis is casting. That's all I'm watching when it comes to StarCraft. I'm starting to think that I'm not really a StarCraft fan. I'm just watching Artosis. No, I'm saying, man. Like, yeah. Watch a little bit of StarCraft. Keep up with the ASL. Real reason though is because just watching this guy talk about the StarCraft. He used to go. It's like, I appreciate when there's a lot of fundamental knowledge behind something and the commentators are able to talk about it. For the same reasoning, I like when ex-players from a sport becomes a commentator because they're able to provide insight, right? I feel like that might be the thing that I like enjoying the most. And it's not really like the topic doesn't matter. You know? It's like when an ex-basketball player is like, you know, man, they're talking about this right now. And the commentators would never know because, you know, they just get hired from the street. What's going on, Troy? Welcome in. Good evening. Happy weekend, yo. If it's evening time for you, that means it's the weekend that's started. So I hope you're having a good one, dude. Appreciate you for tuning in. And of course, hello. We're going to be trying to stabilize with some oxygen right now. Soon, we're going to need the bottle emptier so that we could take the water kettle right there. If that's the only way for us to get water right now. And then we get the electrolyzer to run. We are in dire need of breathability. It's pretty bad right now. But yeah, man, otherwise we're hoping to stabilize. Need to do the research for insulated piping so the water doesn't freeze. Because it is like minus 60 over here. But yeah, man. Some of the dupes are a little bit stressed out because of how it's unbreathable. They're stepping in liquid CO2, dry ice. It's bad times for them. The only thing that's kind of good is that we have enough calories I say that. I just looked at my food. It's kind of low. But yeah, we're a little bit short on labor. Dupes are a little bit stressed, but it's gonna be over soon in a good way. It's not gonna be like it's over soon, like they're gonna die. It's gonna be over soon that we're gonna get over the problem, boys. Let's go. I am too. Hope you are too. I like the industrial experience commentators. I like the industry experience commentators also. Yeah, man, dude. It's always nice where it feels like they're giving you, as the kids say, they're speaking game. I say that, but that's verbiage we would hear about during our time. They're dropping game knowledge, man. They're spitting the game. They're talking about the game within the game. It's kind of funny when you start hearing about the ex-players talking about how much their contract is. He's like, dude, the commentator goes, this guy has to perform better. And then the guy goes, no, that's not right. He's only getting paid as much as a role player. You can't expect that from him, and to demand that from him is not right. Like, you see the guy next to him, he's getting just as much done as this guy, but he's getting paid 5 times more. He's the one that needs to be playing, but he's playing pretty good, not good enough. You know, that becomes a conversation, right? I've always thought that was interesting, man. And then the best thing, I think, is when they start breaking down a play live and everything they say happens as if they were a prophet. It's like, oh man, look at number 12. Look at number 12. He's ducking into the pocket. He's moving forward. Oh, dude, he's gonna go for a Hail Mary. And then he throws a 40-yard, pass. And it's I've always like enjoyed those moments where it feels like they're seeing the future, and it's because they've run that same play before. They've done it before. They know exactly how it's gonna play out. For that reasoning, I feel like someone like LeBron James is gonna make for a great sports commentator post-career if he actually wants to do it. For that same reasoning, I feel like if I were to start watching American football, I'd probably watch a lot of Tony Romo, because apparently he's really good at doing that. D. Mayer, this guy cries, but you know what? We call him the ice machine. He's technically making ice because his tears freeze immediately. Look at the ice mass. It's going up. Ice machine D. Mayer. Back in his youth, he was called the Fridge. Looks like he's staying true to his name. So the thing is that we need ice for the plants right here. These things, they consume ice, 20 kgs per cycle. He's just adding a little bit to the fertilizer. We can't be mad about that. Yeah, they're giving you a peek behind the master's curtain. Yeah, man. Ice bucket. The fridge is better. Oh, dude. You see the drops of ice getting delivered. I've always also liked those nicknames. I've always thought they were really creative. Like when the sports commentators dub someone. Oh, he's the fridge. Why is he called the fridge? Dude, he weighs as much as a fridge. And when he hits you, man, it's like running into a fridge. It's like, damn. Really do be like that sometimes. That stuff is so good. Oh, who's he? Oh, they call him the magician. Because when he has the ball, magic happens. Oh, this guy is called the Island. Because when he's guarding you, you are on an island alone with the man. And it is the loneliest place on Earth because no one is going to want to be there because he's right next to you. You're not going to see a pass. Nothing's going to happen, man. He's going to put you on an island. Y'all going to be alone together. You know what's funny? I say that, and we were talking about StarCraft. I don't think they have those nicknames in StarCraft. Like, everyone has their own self-made name. Oh, this is Jaedong. This is Flash. But no one has, like, a settled into, like, oh, man. I guess you have Flash as the GOAT. That's really it. But, like, no one else really has, like, oh, yeah, this is Light. His name is Mr. Fundamentals. Right? And he's like, oh man, look at that. And teaching him the ABCs, starting that run with a bunker rush. Gonna put some pressure early on so that he's gonna think twice about doing a hatchery at first next run in the best of 7. You know what I'm saying, man? They gotta have those. Gotta pull the people in a little bit more. You're gonna learn how to guard today, and if you don't, man, you're gonna get knocked down in the round of 16. All right, so this is ready. We're gonna need someone to charge the wheel. And this is Greg. We call him Billy. Why? Because he looks like Billy Idol. Believe it or not. Why? Because he hits like a billy goat. Oh, damn, that's pretty good. I've always thought it was funny where they get nicknames where it's because they look like someone else. And I think the funniest nickname is when they have, it's like they're making fun of them, of something they are notorious of doing so much that it's already like associated with them. Oh man, look at that. That's Tony Romo. Tony, air quotes, Tony Romo. You know, they say their name twice like that. You know what I'm saying? Coming in with the pocket pass. You know, he's pretty good at that, man. That pocket pass. It's always funny stuff when I see that, man. All right, another squash seed. All right, power. Can we get a bottle of water delivered? Someone. This is gonna solve some oxygen problems. And while we do this, let's do a little bit more longevity. Okay. This is going to be for later, but we need this bottle of water now. Meep. Show me. Oh, stress vomiting. All right, look at that. Hydrogen and, of course, oxygen. All right, it's running, boys. Do you have enough calories to tank it? You do. It's looking pretty good. We're gonna let the hydrogen just kind of accumulate up here because of how it's a light gas. We're gonna also want to make sure this is running non-stop, so we're gonna try to keep some water in here. Ideally speaking, it's gonna be something like that. So they could work on that while it's running. Not as important as getting the other stuff done. Still stress vomiting. Might start starving soon. We have calories though. Chef's been cooking. All right, and the H2 is starting to accumulate. Good stuff. So we will want to wait for that to kind of get down to here. There's another thing too with gas pressure, where at some point the gas is going to pressurize the electrolyzer. It's not going to produce. And then, yeah, as you can see, the water from the first bottle delivery is already used up. Feels bad. You're not starving. You're just pooping. Come on, man. It's going to be fine. All right, so we should be good. Let's continue the research. Let's get the sieve. People eating, people sleeping. Stress is at 66%. Getting better. This is actually breathable now. Oh my god. It used to be less oxygen. I think around 50 grams per time. And then now it's actually they could breathe while working. Because before they were holding their breath beyond this point. Which causes stress, right? Can you imagine having to work, but you have to hold your breath the entire time? And you could try to breathe, but there's nothing there. That do be the scary times. All right, get another bottle of water. So the O2 pressure is a little low. So it should be fine. And then the next thing we're going to want to do is get our ladder down right here. That way the CO2 doesn't accumulate. We could lower this down a little bit. Start digging out some of the space. It's going to be good. So the only problem now is we kind of need to dedicate both chefs cooking nonstop. And then now that we have this, maybe we could turn off the sublimation station and stop using the pea dirt. It's probably not a bad idea. Yeah, this is becoming really breathable now. All right, so we are going to bop sublimation. The deodorizer is still going to be there chilling. We're just going to bop the front or the left side. You're not really starving, are you? Yeah, you was just, you know, going to poop. No, you're having a nap. And you decided not to nap. Okay, you're good, you're good. Yeah, look at that. It's breathable now. That's nice. Let's go. People of chat, I gotta ask you guys, has there ever been a sports commentator, video game caster that you guys just love watching to the point where you actually know their name? I feel like knowing an athlete makes sense because they make, you know, amazing plays, and that's kind of natural. But I feel like when it comes to like the people casting, commentating on the actual sport / game itself, that's not too common because it's like they would have to do a pretty exceptional job. That being said, I have to ask, do you guys know of any of these people that are like studs in that regard? I'm curious, man. I do be the curious. All right, we're gonna have a little bit of polluted oxygen that we might want to clean up. I gotta get one by the toilets, but there's no space. We're gonna have to probably fix the bathroom slightly. My man's crying. And if you don't know their name, you could also just say something like, oh yeah, I like the commentator that commentates for my New Orleans Saints team. A lot of good insight. I don't know his name, but I like watching him when he's talking about the game. Another one that it's like, I don't know how you really practice this, is when they have these idioms, sayings, slogans. I don't know what the proper word for this is. they'll say something that's like, man, they got a this like that, and it's like a funny saying or a pun or something. Oh man, he's hotter than fish grease. Like he's just making all his shots. Things like that. Like, I don't know what you call those phrases, but it's like, how do you learn like different ways of saying the same thing like that? Because that's basically what that is, right? You're saying the same thing different ways, but it's entertaining. I guess it's just being witty, but like, I was wondering if there's like a term for that. Learn a little bit about that stuff. Narcoleptic nap on the ladder. We could pop the second deodorizer here. We probably don't need it. All right, waiting for this to be built. Breathability is gonna be good now. I kind of want to let this do its thing. Welcome back, Hunter. Before we build the ladder out, because if this is very breathable, once we dig the space out here, it's not going to cause another breathability issue, because it's going to thin out the gas, right? We don't want that. Not gonna lie, man, I want to learn that skill that I'm talking about, to be a little bit more quick on my feet when it comes to like verbiage and the sayings, the idioms. I really want to be better at that. I just don't know how to start practice that stuff, man. It seems a little specific. And for lack of better words, it sounds like you just got to hear something funny and then just remember it. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh man, that's pretty good. I'm gonna take that one. I wonder if that's basically just consuming media. Then, right? Like your job becomes listening to other people to see things that you could say yourself. What's going on? Let's go. Still got to build some extra insulated tiles over there. Try to be a stand-up comedian, do improv. That's tough, man. I have stage fright. It's different when you're streaming, but like actually being in front of like a lot of people and you visually kind of see it, it hits different, man. It really does. I don't think I'd be able to do the stand in front of a group of people and like do something, whatever it might be. It's always been something like ever since I was young that it was like, that's a struggle, dude. Ooh, we're starting to get hydrogen here with the decent pressure too. It's tough, man. I feel like one of the best ways to actually get over that isn't something that you could create in a sense. Like you would have to honestly kind of get lucky, because I feel like the best way to get over that is to do it but succeed, right? Because I think part of it is like mentally you're dreading over the downsides, getting laughed at, stumbling over your words, and hearing someone in the crowd laugh, and they're like, oh, they're not laughing with you, they're laughing at you at that point. And instead what you need is to have like success. Like you have to do something in front of the people and then succeed with whatever it is and kind of wow the crowd. And if you do get that moment, you have that to hold on to now, right? Because it becomes a thing where it's like you dread and think about the worst of everything, but once the good of everything starts to happen, you start to realize that this is not that bad. Of course, at that point, if you know, don't succeed and have a bad time, it's not going to be like a lasting sting because you've already had the success to kind of balance that out, and it becomes more of a moment like, hey, you can't get them all, right? Can't get them all. And it feels more like, you know, you got to get a little bit better. And then it becomes a thing where it's like you have a better understanding. I guess it's one of those things where you got to experience over being able to be told that. Like, if someone tells you, no, man, you just got to keep trying, got to keep doing it. And it's like, man, this guy's lying to me. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And you start going through that mentally with yourself. Last time I did that was in elementary school. That's a long time ago. Yeah, how do kids play? It doesn't have to be big. I more meant that it has to be able to get the point across. So many different ways. Like why Zelensky, such a good speaker and hard to corner. That's experience, right? That's really what that is. It's experience. But yeah, being able to get the point across in different ways is man. That's more than just understanding though, I feel like. I feel like part of it is also kind of like social cues and recognizing the situation. Maybe even like being able to kind of more accurately size things up instead of having like people size things up sometimes, but then when they're wrong, they get burned for it, right? At that point, it's like, why size things up? Okay, so this is good. Let's go. Wapow. All right, we put the water in the reservoir, and then this could hold the water, so we're working pretty well. All right, it looks like we're starting to back up here. This looks good, where we could actually start getting hydrogen in here. We have the 9555 plus the wheel. And then the gen's running now. Just a little. We just got to deliver water. He was in a college comedian group and he was the captain. Oh, wow. I didn't know. That's pretty cool. It do be like that sometimes, huh? He was the captain. All right, it's ladder time. It's gonna be time to start opening this up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's pop this. Open up the vacuum. So it's a thing where it's like public speaking, then, right? Whether it's performance, just speaking, maybe even doing something like a spelling bee. Like streaming. I don't know, man. Part of me has this thing where it's like, if you just imagine everyone that's watching you in stream is just a bot, there's nothing to worry about. It's like the modern day, just imagine everyone's naked. Like none of the viewers are real, LOL. It's gonna be fine. Oh no, bro. It's unbreathable back here. We need to open this up a little bit. This also means we don't need this here anymore. We're gonna move that back. So that the oxalite is locally. Public speaking to the crowd, making jokes up on the go. Yeah, that's really a skill. Being able to do freestyle. Freestyling humor is pretty good. A lot of times that's when the joke's the funniest. I get the premeditated stories, jokes that you work on the punchlines. But I feel like freestyle humor is like, it's hard to beat. I see you over there bored easy. Back there, they had a competition between colleges. It wasn't just for fun. You had to be better than the other team. That's yeah. Yeah, have a little bit of competition, man. Nothing wrong with that. You know, as I get older, I feel like I'm starting to appreciate that a little bit more. Because I used to not really think anything of competition. When people compete for things, I would just kind of chalk it up as like, hey man, they might be a little bored and they need, you know, a little bit of like seriousness to make it so that they actually have to work towards something. But now it's more like, you know what, that's kind of nice, man. The competition. I don't know what it is, but like, I feel like I appreciate it a little bit more. All right, so by digging out the space, we should be able to have easier gas flow, which is going to be what we're going to try to do. Dig out some more of the sand stuff right here. Any competition can teach a lot in the areas not related to topic competition. Yeah, it's like it might be the closest thing to like forcefully trying to mature someone. Does that make sense? I feel like that's a way of kind of putting it. Because a lot of times you get put in a situation where you don't have time to think, or you have to be quick on your feet, and you really start to see the flaws of everything. It's kind of like it's very common people do this when they have like a show and they're watching an athlete, and then it's like, I could do that, and then when they actually do it and they realize how difficult it actually is, it's kind of like that, where it's an eye-opening moment. Mushrooms. Whoa. +1, +2, same calories. We're gonna go with omelets. We're not feeding George. Lots of things. How to be humble, winner. See, I don't know about that part. Competition doesn't necessarily create the humble winner or graceful loser. Though I will say, I feel like when you see someone that is of that cloth, they're able to do what they do, but at the same time are humble. Yet you can't win them all, right? But there's always going to be a situation where someone is a little bit more arrogant than they should be, or like someone who's, I guess, the big fish of a small pond. They think they're hot because they beat everyone that he grew up with in his, you know, town. Right? The local football player that didn't get drafted because he didn't really do well in the combine. And he's like, they're just haters. You should have saw me in the high school homecoming game, dude. I threw a 69-yard pass. It was amazing. I ducked out a couple of the people rushing at me. I ran for 30 yards for a first down. And it's like, you know, everyone knows someone that's kind of like that, man. Feeding George. Can of one mall. Yeah, there's those people who never had real competition. Yeah, and as a result, they kind of like never get humbled, so to speak. Never got humbled, man. Bump up the critter trap. That's what I mean, though, when I say that it doesn't necessarily breed the humble winner, graceful loser. But I appreciate when I see people that are like that. I was watching a debate between just regular people like us. And they were on like a show to debate certain topics. And one of the guys that was debating said that, oh yeah, I'm so and so, I was on the debate team growing up. And I was like, oh wow, okay, cool. And then he was like out debating everyone, but they eventually found something like a hole in his argument. And like how he kind of responded to that was like, props to this guy. Like he was working for his debates, his topics, and he understood when people were doing different things, like ignoring the rationale logic, and then he would just provide more and more facts. And then there was a point where it was like something he said, it wasn't flawed, but it was like, you know, he got me. He's right with that one. And when I saw how he responded, I was like, wow, dude, props to this guy. He was able to laugh at it. Like, you got me, man. And like, he would admit to it. I was like, that's so crazy to see. Someone who was like, lack of better words, 100% believed in what he thought. And then watching him just kind of go admit defeat. You know what I'm saying? It's like watching a top 3 athlete in a sport, right? Fight another top 3 athlete, go against themselves. And then when one of them wins, the guy that loses goes like, hey man, he's good. he's just really that good, man. And it's like, I appreciate those moments for whatever reason, man. I think that was part of the Al Bundy bit he did, get humbled as a shoe salesman. Oh, did he do that? Married with children? Did he? I didn't know about that. All I remember about Married with Children was how he would always have one-liners. Yeah, it doesn't have to be sport. It's just, you know, really easy way to kind of pull an example. Feels like it's a little bit more relatable. But I feel like it's across everything. Anything that could be, I guess, the word I'm looking for. Anything you could kind of gauge skill or knowledge of. and have that be compared. Things that aren't black and white, like, oh, I'm taller than you. You can't really argue against that. You know, yeah, he's taller, man. He got me. He got me good. God damn it. All right, so really quickly, 120, 240. I'm adding in water by hand, so I'm generating 800. Assume, I mean, and we're not gonna pump constantly. I could probably put a gas pump on this line to pump oxygen down. I think I could. And I think I'll do it here. All right, I might want to trim this layer first. And then we'll run the gas pipeline right there. All right, we're going to want to trim this down, because that's where the side ladders are. There are reasons why we have Olympics every 2 years, and why science books gets rewritten after new discoveries. Have to accept and move on, get better, and learn new things. Yeah. I feel like the Olympics is weird. I've always looked at the Olympics as a national pride kind of a thing. Be proud of the country you're in. I have never really looked at it as a proper, like, there's always going to be countries that are going to be like that good at that one sport / event that it's going to be like, oh yeah, the finals is just 3 people from the same country type of deal, you know? It's like, I remember there was a year when it was Michael Phelps and they were doing like swimming, and then it was 3 Americans for like a couple of the events, and I was like, what happened? You know, like, what happened here, man? And it's like, I guess since I grew up with that, like seeing that, I've kind of got to a point where I feel like we're gonna go here. There we go, because that's where the bedroom is. I didn't really care that much for it. Another thing is that, you know, I watch basketball, and even now I feel like it has always been, the United States is always going to be the best basketball team. Like, there was a Olympic track and field guy who made the comment that if you win an NBA championship, it doesn't mean as much as winning an Olympic gold. And he got a lot of flack for it because of the fact that the best competition for basketball is in America. Like, the level of playing there is the highest. And that everyone who is an NBA player is typically going to be the lead player of the country they play for. And it's usually not even that close. So because I grew up with that, it's kind of felt like, oh yeah, you know, don't really care for the Olympics or the World Games and stuff like that. Yeah, they can only still pick one winner. Yep. It just feels weird, man. You look at the podium and it's like 3 people from the same country winning gold, silver, and bronze. If money could be made, they will do everything as possible, make as much money as possible. Even if it kills the money maker, for not be able to make them as much money as they expect. Yeah, that's kind of true. It really depends on what the goal is and what the job is. there have been a lot of times where you hear athletes who are always talking about, it's always about winning the championship. It's always about doing that, doing this. And then they will ask them, why didn't you take less money? And then a lot of the players start telling the stories of how it's like, I was willing to take less. I didn't actually need that much money. And it's like, you start to realize that these players that are athletes aren't negotiating their own contracts. They have someone speak on their behalf. And the person speaking on their behalf is gets a percentage cut of the total contract. So they're arguing in their own best interest, that's sometimes against the athlete themselves, because the larger the contract, the more money they get paid. And there have been some athletes that's recently in the podcast space talking about that. He's like, dude, I remember there was an athlete, he was talking about how he was chilling at home and he was being traded and his agent was doing the thing and he was watching TV. And then on ESPN, it's like, this player is saying that he is extremely unhappy with a contract of this size. And then he's like, what the hell? That's me. Why am I on TV? That's not true. I'll take that. And then he calls up his agent and his agent just doesn't pick up. And then eventually his agent picks up and he goes, hey man, what the hell is this? He's like, no man, there's no contract. That's a lie. And he's like, no, they're reporting this on TV. He's like, what are you talking about? And it's like, it ends up being the, like, how do I say this? This guy represents you, but like, do you really trust him? And then it's like, that's how these agents get fired, right? They have their own best interests instead of, you know, the players. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. A lot of things with that, man. It's never really black and white. All right, pumping out oxygen from the breathable area. We need to start moving this over here. This is free power because we have hydrogen to burn. This is going to be making hydrogen. We need to make it so that there's the ability for the electrolyzer building itself to not hit max gas pressure. So we got to remove gas. And then that way we could add the oxygen into here where we need it. Because my dupes are sleeping here. So all of them are going to be breathing in the same spot. So having that's going to be pretty nice. And then we could let this run. And then another thing is we have a lot of extra power. Right? 800 watts per 100 grams. Each time we pump, we're going to get about 500 grams. So for the 240 watt, it's going to pump once and we're going to get 4,000. This is running constantly every second, but that's really all that's consuming the power. So we have a new pump right here, moving oxygen, pumping every second. So that's a minus 240, 360. So we have a 440. And then this is 240 every 5 seconds. Let's argue that. So that ends up being 60 watts. So we have 380 still that we could technically use for other things. Don't really got much. Maybe a second pump wouldn't be bad. We could probably just put the pump right there and have it work. Yes, not all sports are popular in every country. Yeah, it's true. That is another thing. This wouldn't be bad. This would allow us to get a little bit more oxygen pumped out. All right, so we also have this path now. So this means we're going to be able to start trimming the lower area, so that we could just have this be filled up with the oxygen. That way we're actually helping this create space in the same regard, right? Pumping out, removing gas, creating space so that the gas has to spread out a little bit more, thins out a little bit, and we continue creating. Should be pretty good. We also have these making... The CO2 is going to be a little bit more steady, right? Because we want that to settle to the bottom for the plants. We need more wood, so we gotta have to wait for these guys to do their thing. And then this might mean we might want to start going over here to grab the minerals. Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Let me get a bin for that. Put that on this side. We're gonna start trimming a lot of this stuff right here too. Look at the breathability. It's so much nicer now. Get the second pump. It's going to be nice as well. Airflow tiles in the back. No. I want to keep this insulated because there's a debuff for sleeping in a cold bedroom. So I want to kind of keep the heat from the heaters inside. Right? Because it's 10 degrees, but then it's, I guess it's 10 degrees on the outside too. Minus 25, minus 30. Depending on where you're at. But inside is like minus 3, minus 10. Because if you don't have the cold bedroom, they get a penalty, which sucks. There's no benefit for having it. It's just preventing the penalty. No car for the weekend. Oh, you didn't get to fix the gearbox, huh? Dude. Is it another new part you gotta get? Or is it like something else? Like, oh yeah, ends up being a different problem instead. All right, we're gonna start grabbing raw minerals and depositing it here because we're gonna have to get it from this side. And then hopefully we warm this up so there's no more liquid carbon dioxide. Yeah, that was the reasoning. Worth it to mop it up? No, the problem is that when the CO2 touches the snow, specifically the snow, not the ice, you can see it's minus 30. It's starting to solidify, and then as the area warms up, the solid CO2 is melting. So it's just going to constantly be created. So I don't think it's going to be worth. I think what we're going to do instead is just dig this. And then once we dig it low enough, they're not going to have to run on it, and we'll have proper tiles. You starving? This is real? Oh, he's just slipping. That's all it is. Yeah, man, we have food, dude. What's going on, Sudak? Welcome in. But yeah, this allows them to supply the oxygen thing. And then we're going to start digging this down. And then put a proper platform. Did your second try stay alive? Yeah, this is second try still. We got the electrolyzer up. Gas is now being a lot better. We were having some oxygen issues, but it's getting better now. Let's go. So we have the jankest open electrolyzer setup. Calories are still pretty good until we run out of phosphorite, which is going to be our next problem. But we now have floxes. But yeah, I think that means we're going to have to start doing bammets. Because they poop phosphorite. Fun times. But yeah, so far so good. Everything's pretty nice. We doing all right, man. How you doing, Sudak? How's the Fridays, man? All right, let's start trimming, boys. How was all the outsider busy? Nice, dude. Get some sunlight. It's always good to get the vitamin D. Also, being outside is just a lot of times pretty nice, man. You get to breathe out the fresh air. Grab the suits, maybe. Do we need that? The salinator? Probably not. No telescope. Let's grab refinery. What's going on, alien? Welcome in. Doesn't mean I was chilling. That's fair. Getting stuff done, man. That's also pretty good. Being productive. You get that feeling that you accomplished stuff, man. Got things done. Did I miss a start? Yeah, yesterday. We totally didn't have to take 2 attempts. We totally did not have to take 2 attempts to get here. But we're playing a max difficulty run right now. Max difficulty Blasted Ceres. So far so good. That's why our stress is so high. Yeah, man. So far, so good. Mesh tiles, finally. So far, I have found 0 geysers. 0. I have not found a single one. We found the bees over here. For whatever reason, there is no uranium or something. Oh, no, there is. 229. So yeah, for the most part, haven't found a geyser yet, which kind of sucks. Oh, no, I found one right here. What is this? Cool slush. I mean, it's a water source, but it's cold water. I don't know if that's going to be good for us. The map's already ice cold. I guess that's warm water relative to the temperature of the environment. Right? Technically. Alright, we get the mesh tiles, boys. It's time. We're gonna have to run to the abyssalite here, so getting those meshes are gonna be nice. Yes, 3 stream streak, let's go. Need more cooling in the base. Yep. CO2s. Looks like the breathability is getting better. And then we'll get the Alveo Vera down there. Alright, so my dupe Alpha. Kind of stressed, not really. Got the soggy feet stuff. D-Mare's a little stressed. Camille's doing a little bit better. Oof. Alright, digging out the top, so it's just abyssalite. In pocket, sure. We totally do not have the environment for that. That's a little unfortunate. Yeah, this is the liquid CO2 that's probably going from liquid to gas. Alright, we're gonna get this in so we don't have to walk on the liquid stuff anymore. Alright, so the only source of minerals is here right now. Going into the Mammoth biome should be what we want to do next, because we got to do Mammoth ranching. Only problem is that we don't have that much wood. And the problem with that is I need wood to make ethanol so they could eat and then give us phosphorite so that we could get wood. But then we need the wood to make the ethanol. So we're going to have to use the ethanol that's already there, it looks like. We're going to have to just pump this out and use it for the squash. They eat 44% per cycle. Each squash is going to be about 12% Is that 12%? 11.5%. So let's just say 11 per cycle, which means they need 4 squash per mammoth. I guess we could just do 1 mammoth. I don't know how much we'll actually get for that. How much do these need? There's no pips on the map, so we can't wild plant it. Otherwise, though, it's 15 kgs per cycle. Man, that's a lot. 15 kgs. Maybe we don't do... We're gonna have to transition to probably a different food source then, because I feel like it's not worth to do the mammoths for food. I guess you do get a lot of food from them when they evolve into meat. All right, what other biomes do we have here? Pike apple, sleet wheat, pokey shells, bees, seals, rust with salt. I guess there's a pit biome here. Oh man. Didn't you play the seed before? Yes, we have. We have played... Well, not the seed. This is the lab map. And there are multiple seeds for the lab map. But I have played Blasted Ceres before. I don't remember what I did for food, though. I'm gonna be real. Welcome in, though, Zaki. But yeah, I did play the seed before. Not really the seed, though. Not the specific seed. But I have played this lab map before. What do we want to do for food long term? Yeah, but the problem is that they're not going to live in this cold environment. I don't know if I'll be able to have them plant any of the food. And even if we do, I'm not sure if that's going to be something we could hold off long enough to get to. Otherwise, it's really just making muffins, right? Though this does kind of suck still, because then it's like, this needs dirt and water. Live off of fries. I probably don't want to go to the second planet. Let's look at the plants page. Bonbons don't give you food. It's a source of wood, and then you get nectar. You do the seals for ethanol, maybe, instead. This would be not bad. I would have to buy that from the Prince Scepter right there. That would probably be the best thing to get. Outside of that, squash is cold, sleet wheat is cold. Saturn critter trap. Oh, dude. Do a bee farm with a critter trap? Do we have any in here? We have the tranquil toes. That's about it. Yeah, I see no critter traps, dude. Heck. You do get food from that, technically. I guess we would just have to make a huge living space for that. You know what we probably do? We do water-based food. Kind of crazy. We have to find... So we have a cool slush geyser right here. We are gonna have to probably grow food with the water that we get from that. And then that would be our solution. I feel like that's not bad. Do an insulated box, warm it up with like whatever, appetizer, aqua tuner, metal refinery, doesn't really matter. And then we literally are just gonna live off of that. That wouldn't be too bad, right? We would have to find more geysers then, right? We want to see what we have options of. And then try to find food off of geysers, survive off of pike apples for now. Try to make the phosphorite we have last. Yeah. That probably do be the solution. All right, so we're going to want to explore as much as we can. Now that we have breathability and a good amount of space. Pumping out the H2. Once it gets to there, we gotta wait for the gas to float up. And then at the same time, we need the oxygen levels to go down. You're not really starving. You're probably just pooping. Yep, he's washing his hands. Okay, so we could dig through all of this right now. I just don't know if it really helps us with too much. And then I think we need to start exploring some of the other biomes. So I probably... Man, going through here would be the best, but I kind of need that for the electrolyzer. We probably want to go into the Mammoth area from here. We know there's going to be water up top, so going up this way makes a lot of sense. Yeah, having this extend like this and then going up is probably going to be the play. Yeah. All right, let the dupes work on that. Because I was thinking about just digging this down, and I'm thinking to myself, we probably don't need to do that. Could also go down this way. Going down is kind of nice. And technically, this is enough oxygen for 8 dupes. I guess this is really just controlling the CO2. More so than it is generating oxygen. Yeah, still lots of stress. This is because, yeah, he touches a little bit of liquid still. We'll fix that right now. We'll fix that. We'll fix that. Oh yeah, I need to actually fix the toilets. Man, part of me is thinking I should just upgrade, but the lack of sand makes me want to think otherwise. Yeah, getting the Mammoths would be not bad. We already have a decent amount of sweaters though. We got some warm sweaters from these lockers. You start with 1. I think I deconstructed the coat hanger. So it's we already have 4. So out of the 7, and then I think I have 1 frostproof dupe. Is that why these 2 dupes are always stressed out? They're the ones that don't have a sweater and aren't frostproof. That kind of makes sense. I hate to say this. Yeah, we're just teching up now because we should. We got a little bit of digging here, which is not bad. Sneeze. Yeah, we have minerals here. Let's stop selecting that. So we have some minerals right there. Nearby, we have sandstone. We're going to want to dig this when we can. But now that they're walking on mesh tiles, they shouldn't be getting soggy feet. So stress should be going down. We haven't had a stress reaction in the last 30 minutes. Technically progress. It's going down. Let's go. But yeah, we have to do the Bammit stuff. Oh no, he's still crying though. I'm sorry, D-Mare. Gonna get better one of these days. Alright, if we could build this, we could now hop over. And they don't come in from the bottom. Which means no more soggy feet. Pico. Dude. You know what I'm thinking about? Buying a Draco. That cheap. Not cheap in like low cost, but is that like kind of messed up that I'll do that? Because I'm thinking to myself, buying a Draco because we have the Princeptor solves most of the problems. Because we would get dirt from these guys sustained. And they only need phosphorite for the pike apples. Yeah, we would want to make a warm area for them. Grow mealwood. That gives us plastic. That gives us phosphorite. And that also potentially gives us reed fiber. We do 2 separate ranches. And then from there, we would be able to solve a lot of problems. We get good reed fiber for suits. We would get plastic for a lot of the gaskets. We would get food stabilized because we'd be able to get a decent setup of phosphorite. And then the funny thing with that is, if we get beacons from the printing pod or we buy a beacon egg, that's all we need. We saw in the last playthrough how good it is to get beacons with the Dracos. That solved all the food problems. Oh yeah, we gotta get our better toilets too. I forget about that. Yep. We're gonna have to upgrade this slightly. Alright, what minerals do we have right here? Just a little bit of granite. Hey, Unfocus, coming in 5 stream. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate you. We still want to explore, though. So we still want to do this. And then the one thing we're going to do is we're going to... Oh, we have to carve this. I can't just move this. Damn it. I wanted to relocate that and put it by the cooks, so that they would just get a light bonus. I was hoping for that. Build out the tiles underneath. We're going to expand the toilet room a little bit better. Dude, this bee biome was pretty big. No Saturn critter traps, though. Feels bad. Happy Friday, y'all. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. Hope you guys are having an awesome Fridays. The weekend is here. Y'all know what it is. All right, we're going to have to move the door inside, and then we want 64 here. So it looks like the doors do want to be right there. This is a vacuum, but I think we have to open it. It's only 78 degrees negative on the other side, which kind of sucks. It really do be like that sometimes. Let's try to build this out on this side. Yeah, for now, we're just going to be doing a little bit of exploration, it looks like. Just going to go straight up. See what's in the area. Oh, that's another geyser. Hot salt water. Oh my god, another water source. That's our heat source, boys. That is our heat source. Okay, so I don't have a liquid that doesn't freeze in the temperature that we have now and doesn't boil with the salt water. That's so funny. Because ethanol boils above 78, so I can't use that as a liquid lock into the hot salt water. Everything else freezes or boils. I have like literally no liquid that survives that right now. You could always keep one mammoth and feed it with the wild plum through the feeder. Yeah, maybe. There is a lot of wild plume squash right now, now that I'm realizing it. There is a lot of squash on the floor. Can we cook the squash? We cannot. Since we have grain, let's also make the berries. I mean, the buns. I might actually just put a CO2 pit, move the squash inside. You know what? That could be pretty good. Having the mammoth in a CO2 pit so that we could just put all the wild squash inside as a ways of getting it started. I kind of like that idea. This is not cold enough to actually start a problem. Yeah, we might actually want to tame this guy and just start moving the squash in. I like that idea. All right, let's go. Let's do a little bit of trimming there. This is plume squash. I guess we would do that. I see how we would do this. Okay. I guess the feeder would be right there. I would probably want to put it inside so that he doesn't get stuck in the walls. But yeah, I see it. Dig down there. We're gonna put walls right here. This is gonna be a CO2 pit. This is not cold enough to have the CO2 liquefy. So we can move a little bit of the solid CO2 inside, create a CO2 pit. And then the big thing we will want is a ladder right here. Let's replace the ice. That way, we don't have to worry about it melting, even though we shouldn't. And then this will be our little CO2 pit. And then once we open up the squash, everything that's there will harvest. And then we just move the squash into the pit. We won't eat it. I mean, we'll allow it right now, though. It's a lot of calories. All right, we can climb in, climb out now. That was a good idea, Sunak. I'll take that. I will take that idea that you pitched. We will move the squash in. There will be squash. All right, there we go. Not stuck. Not stuck. Solid carbon dioxide. 7 kgs. $29 kgs. Okay, let's put a ration box inside. Maybe just a critter feeder. And then we're just gonna get a grooming station. Let's get the rustic one. And then all we're gonna need to do is to put a door right there, I guess. No, we have a lot right now. I guess we could turn it off though. All right, so we need these so that the CO2 pit could get started. And then I guess we need to do that so we could start moving the squash. How much calories is each squash? 4,000. That means this is about 3 kilograms, 4 kilograms, almost 5 of the squash. Which means, yeah, this is going to have how much? 2,000? Yeah, we're going to have a lot of squash to be able to put into there then. Hey, man. I just don't want the squash to rot. Some of it's kind of stale. Give me the CO2. Oh, it's actually warming up pretty fast. Let's go. Wet corn. We gonna be sweat corning some that what we gonna be doing? Oh, there it is. Let's go. P9 squash. Move the squash, boys. Move all the squash inside. They're gonna be able to do it automatically now. So all we got to do is probably just be able to reach all the squash. I probably do want to go out this way to get into the Prince Scepter. Once we get that opened up. Dude, let's go. So they're going to have to groom down there, but when they leave, it should be breathable on the outside. Because the CO2 should float down. We also need to do mammoth patties forever. Get the phosphorite. Eating the squash. He got... No, 8 from feeder. Actually reduces wildness from Wait, this is a thing? Did they change this? I thought you had to brush all land-based critters, and that 8 from feeder was only for fish. That's cool. This helps us out a little bit. It's the Aquatic Planet Pack buff stuff. Hey man, I'm not mad about that. We'll take those. 65. So we put at least 2 Bammets here. We'll just keep the one that we're ranching, and I guess we can move out the egg. That's not bad. We'll take that. Oh, oxygen is very included now. For the sake of this, get another vent line up top. Pretty good. All right, I did want to trim this out. Yo, Zero Dragon! Put a gift up the big onion, and he's gonna say, Happy Friday. There it is. I see you over there, Zero Dragon. Welcome back to the city. Wait, no. Thank you for the gift sub. I said the wrong thing. What's going on, Zero Dragon? I see you over there. Did you catch GDQ that just happened? I didn't realize GDQ was happening. And it was last week. And you took the week off. Was it good? I didn't see it. I think I realized it was GDQ like 2 days before, like the Friday before. And it was going to start on Sunday, right? And then when Sunday came around, I just completely missed it. How was GDQ? Any notable runs? And you're ready for the new PoE League. Oh, man. Yo, man, I'm still not going to play that until we get WASD on the... We got to get that WASD before I'm going to be checking that out, man. Real talk. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. But yo, dude, I see you over there. Awesome stuff, awesome stuff. I don't know what's happening in the new league, though. Hopefully it's cool times, though. Guess you have a little bit of wood sacrifice. And the pike apples need fertilizer. We have it. They're just not farming. Since we have another dedicated cook, we're gonna bop sus and have him farm instead. Keep the food steady. You excited for the new league, man? Do you know what's gonna be happening in the new changes? I saw a thumbnail that said something about they're adding in colorless gem sockets. Something like that. Not sure how that works or what that really entails, though. Read the patch notes. It's a lot. Yo, man. Big updates always welcomed. Gotta have the big updates, yo. All right, the new toilet room's a little bit too large. But we will be changing this up right now. Gem sockets. All gems will be able to put into all sockets. Wait, couldn't you already do that? But if you match the color, you get plus quality. Oh. Wait, so you couldn't do that before? You had to get red for red. That's tough. You had the color match before. I thought it was just a bonus before. Yeah, it shows how much I played, right? Didn't play that much PoEs. I'm totally, like, when it comes out and I'm gonna play PoE 1, I'm totally gonna be like a boomer, dude. They're like, oh yeah, We got that in PoE too. This is normal, right? It's like, no, man, we just got this last update. It's like, wait, hold up, for reals? They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. I feel like that's literally gonna be what happens, man. I'm gonna be over here playing it once WASD comes out. And oh yeah, this is just like PoE 2. Not realizing the struggles you guys went through waiting for the new QL changes. You're eating by the electrolyzer because it's warm? Come on, man. What are you doing? You know what I'm considering doing? Storing the oxygen in a gas res. Blue Moon. Having stored oxygen is always kind of nice. Oh, apologize. I had to sneeze. Apologize. Alright, so we're gonna get a food storage here properly now. That way we don't have to worry about food rotting, polluted oxygen everywhere. Right, that's no longer gonna be as big of a deal. We're gonna need 3 outhouses. We're gonna get the sink there, and then we're gonna remove both sinks here. I guess this does need water. Ooh, there we go. Gas line. We do have auto harvest on this, but I guess it's just not priority, which is fine. Oh, my man is stuck. That's very unfortunate, but you know what's good about this? He doesn't eat the squash anymore. That's kind of messed up. But he won't accidentally eat the squash, which we'll save for this guy. Right, good. Let's get the new sink. Okay, we're gonna want this. Then we're going to put our foods inside. Let's get the red and blue stripe. No power. And then we're just going to put a little bit of CO2 with some of the solid stuff we have right there. And then technically deep freeze, because it's just really that cold. The main reason is because we have polluted oxygen everywhere from the pea water. And that technically speeds up the spoil rate of the food. So having it in a CO2 environment, it's going to be pretty good for us. Oh, I didn't prioritize the brushing on this guy. That's what we need to do. My bad. We're just feeding the mammoth and not brushing them. Ooh, spicy tofu. Let's go. This is starting to melt. Hydrogen. Going pretty good. Stress is just kind of chilling at 80%. So the soggy feed is still bopping us. Where though? You have a sweater. Not only do you have a sweater, you have the heater. The heater sucks. goddamn heaters, man. They don't do anything. Heckin' heaters. Get some water here. Nice. And then we're gonna remove these two. And then we gotta move the doors in because it's a little bit too large by 4 tiles. But yeah, the main reason why we're still on outhouses, and that even though we're redoing the toilets, I'm making it so that we're not actually upgrading to piping. That's because we have dirt, but we have no sand. So we can't filter the water to make a loop. I guess we could try to start crushing right now. We have a lot of like minerals here. I just don't think it's worth. All right, let's try to get these made. Got to get these decons. And then let's move a little bit of solid CO2. 12 kgs, pretty solid. Minus 30, should be good. There we go. Get that there, get that there. Probably get the sink in first. Hydrogen, water. We're gonna get some stockpiled oxygen now too. Just so that we go through a little bit more of the water. They'll eventually get up to there to get the squash up top. Alright, make sure the water is delivered. Everything here is priority. Food. So we're doing everything that doesn't rot. Except for the plume squash. Let's bump this up to a 9. Maybe not that important. We'll bump it up to an 8. Pretty important though. So we're able to walk underneath. CO2, we're still moving the solid. And then we don't have to worry about it anymore as much. That means food could stockpile a little bit. Let's open these doors. Make these one way. And then we're going to want a deodorizer right here. This is the source of polluted water, oxygen, so I kind of need that deodorizer there. Not bad. Not bad, not bad. And we're digging. Doing a little bit of exploration. Got the baby seals. Cool slush water, hot salt water. Ooh, crash satellite. Okay. Technically rad source if we don't want to use the Weezeworts. I'm probably should be scared of that though. Real talk. Alright, so this is just purely for a little bit of exploration. Packet satellite. Okay. Oh, and then, damn, 3 geysers next to each other? Alright, so this is cool slush. Iron volcano, okay. Copper volcano, okay. Seems legit. 2 volcanoes. I mean, metal is solved. I could actually just start crushing all the iron instead of using a metal refinery. Because we could use that to make sand, and we have an iron volcano. So, like, it's never really going to be a bottleneck. We could start playing inefficiently, as they say. Alright, I do want to get a little bit more vision up this way. And then we want to see what's up top. Get up to the Abyssali, it's not bad. Alright, so you see this? There's no tooltip, but if I move this here, it says unknown. This is the edge of the map. Because once you're outside of the edge, there's no tooltip. So that means I don't need to go right anymore. And of course, there's neutronium right there. So I want to probably go down. There's going to be like no breathability down there though. Don't know if I actually want to do that. The other thing we could do is start going left. That would be the other thing to do. Left side. A lot of sand over there, though. I mean, snow. The other idea was to go left from here, because we would only dig out these two columns. I feel like that's not bad. And then we might actually want to move the Alveo Vera. At the same time, maybe this is fine. Oh, yeah, that's an idea, huh? We would have to use some power, but that's not that bad. How much is this? 840. So this is theoretically a lot of power. We're positive on power though. That's the crazy thing. And we could argue we don't need to be pumping that often. Okay, that's an idea. We're gonna do a weird setup. Hashtag weird setup. We might want to do it lower though, right? No, I guess we should do it up top. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, we'll do it like this. We'll do it like this. If we get ethanol, it might make it even better. Maybe we should climb up this way. We want to get to the ethanol pool here. And then here, here, here. And then we get a small pitcher pump of ethanol. Yeah. Let him start digging that out. Latrine, looking good. Oh, we didn't bump this up to a priority 9. That's pretty important, man. Making a mess sucks. Alright, we're gonna have the CO2 spill out this way. We wanted to dig this down so that the CO2 spills out a little bit easier. I'm probably bopping the Alveo Veras here, so this gets a little bit better feed. Alright, we're going to be working our way up. 2 metavolcanoes, 2 water sources. Dude, honestly, if I got no other geysers, I would be completely fine. This is kind of crazy. If I got no other geysers, I would be fine. That's wild. Like, those 4 geysers are like good enough to carry the run. Copper, iron, cool slush, hot salt water. We would literally not even be mad. That's the crazy thing. Can't be mad about that. We're gonna be doing a weird setup here. The idea is CO2 is gonna fall down. And then we want to make a little liquid lock to get into this side so that we don't bop the CO2 spillage. We don't really need to do that though. And I'm probably not going to do a liquid lock. I'm probably just going to have like a door here, and then we're just going to try to go to the left side to kind of see more of the map. And then I just want to avoid having to go under and dig all the snow from up top falling down. So that's going to be probably the best path. Just in case we want the ethanol, I should build that. Okay, food's in the proper deep freeze. Frozen, sterile. Frozen, sterile. And then the food should be all right. Meats, berries are getting put into here. I'm wondering, could I start using this hydrogen power instead of having to run the wheel down here? Maybe. I guess we'll see. Okay, so we can make a makeshift meal hall, I guess. Polluted oxygen here. What a scam. That's so bad. Mess hall. A little bit of morale. They get to have chit-chatting here, which is going to be the main thing we would want that for. We don't want them to have the, oh, he ate dinner without a table debuff, which is apparently enough for people to have a bad time. Sad thoughts. Alright, let's dig this down a little bit. Let's get the joy seed. That core building's coming in. Great hall upgrade. Let's go. Wait, we have wood, right? Didn't I make banquet table? Oh, I don't have the tech for that. It's right here. We might get that next. Upgrade to the banquet hall. Is this wide enough? 9. This is a 5 wide, right? That's tough. That means this plant is in the wrong spot. Can we get wall plant hanger? I guess I have to tech that up too. Yeah, we'll get that along the way. That kind of solves that problem then. All right, so this is good. We want to start digging out this way. We do want the breathability. I just want most of the CO2 that falls down to fall through. I guess this should be airflow for that reasoning. Okay, so this is snow, so this kind of just sucks. We're just gonna have to do that. We got the fake starvation. You know what we could also do? Put 2 tiles here, so that the CO2 doesn't fall in a little bit better. Nah, we probably don't need it though. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Anything else up top? We do have geoactive, so we have 16 instead of 12 geysers. We do want to trim this down. Shouldn't be too bad. Just gotta hope a dupe doesn't get stuck on the ledge. Phosphorite's at 12 tons. We got a little bit of phosphorite from the dig-in. A little bit of digging on that side. We're going to be going to the left now. We want to go underneath this, right? So, and then there's going to be some solid CO2 right there. Yep, liquid CO2. This might start causing a little bit of stress. Use a little bit of wood. Diagonal staircase ladder. That's kind of gross, but hey, it is what it is. Stress is at 85. Yep. Cold snow, dude. Bad times. So the ice biome bled out a little bit. That's not too bad. It looks like it's just more ice biome with sleetweed on the side. Doesn't really look like it's worth exploring. Though it is warmer than the -80. So opening it helps warm up the center biome. That's kind of funny. Yeah, this is -30 on the inside. Oh, that's a lot warmer than here, -80. Oh yeah, don't shiny bugs give you resin now? Egg. Cracker. We get resin. And then resin gives us plywood or plastic. Shine bug farm for the first bit of plastic. Do we want to do that? Shine bug ranch for a little bit of plastic. We do nectar. I guess we do nectar too. We could do both. Dude, I'm gonna grab a Draco, dude. I need to find the toilet that's associated with this. My man's crying. But not gonna lie, man. If you get plastic, get napta for liquid shenanigans. Dude. The napta, dude, getting to 150 degrees on this map sounds like it might be a struggle. The ultimate struggle, dude. Does that hit 150? We gotta hit 162, I think. All right, it's time to get in. A lot of this is going to collapse. It doesn't, it just... Oh, you can't make it out of naphtha or plastic, can you? Ethanol. We'll take that. Let's grab the banquet table. Dude, this got filled up with oxygen. Pretty good. A lot of water is being used. Okay, so the quest of finding the toilet for the Prince Scepter so we can make a Dreco box. The other thing to do is to open up the hot salt water so that we could start getting hot water. You didn't add DLC mixing? No DLC mixing, no. We do have this building, though, that allows us to kind of just print anything. We just got to get to the top of the map, start doing some databanks. Maybe we should do that. Go up this way and try to get some, get to the surface. Is there meteor showers here? Ice nectar. Okay. Eddie Rocks, welcome in. But yeah, we did not add any mixing. Second teleporter. So that's the receiver, and then that's the sender. We haven't found the actual teleporter itself, though. Yeah, we didn't get enough food. Someone starved. And then we had to reset. Yep. The dude died. Feels bad, man. It's one of those, you know, if you forget how to ride a bike, you just got to ride it once and it comes back, right? So that was our quote-unquote trial run. Yep. Totally trial run. It'd be like that sometimes. All the snow collapsing. Look at that snow chain, dude. This is how it works in real life. You just stand in one spot, dig out all the snow. All right, can you get to here? Okay. Vending machine, new biome, ice biome. Ice biome looks like it's pretty extended. Okay. It's probably gonna be in our benefit to try to go into here. And then the other thing is that I'm scared this CO2 might melt. The snow's gonna stay as snow though, but this might actually liquefy. Let's put some ladders there. But yeah, in our current run, food stabilized now. We have an electrolyzer generating some oxygen. We actually have permanent food storage. Everything's going pretty well. The only thing is trying to get better stability. We have a tame mammoth. I should probably shear this guy, to be honest. Just to power the shearing station. We found a good chunk of geysers as well. We found 2 metal, 2 water sources. So that's going to be pretty nice. And then we're looking to try to find the Prince Scepter code from the toilet. PY. That's going to be somewhere here. Copper and iron. Arguably the only ones you need. Copper is decent. It'd be better if it was gold. But iron is really the only one you really kind of want. So we got that one. Can't be mad. Aluminum would have been nice. That would have been not bad, yeah. Iron, though, is because we need that for steel. That's the only one that's kind of a necessity. I mean, we do have a lot of natural iron on the map, so it's not that big of a deal. Though it is nice knowing that you'll never really run out. No. There is a setting for a demolier, but it doesn't actually do anything. Like, we'd see it coming, right? If that were the case. There is no demolier on this. It's just a built-in setting that I guess they kept. Yeah, I saw the setting and I was wondering if that was going to change anything. It looks like it doesn't. Alright, salt biome on the side. It's all around the same temperature. We probably do just pop this. And then we want to get into the salt biome right here. Yo, man, just go get the food. What are we doing? Oh, you got to use the heater? Okay. What if you make berry pie with Shinebug Farm? Berry pie. Berry pie? Berry pie. Mixed berry pie? We would need grub fruit. I'm probably not gonna grow this, to be honest. Because it's like, if I have sleet wheat grain, I probably go for the berry sludge. Because you do that with pike apples. Quiche. Probably not. Because the problem with the quiche is that you don't get that much egg from the shine bugs. But yeah, I'm not sure which food benefit you're talking about. Because the problem is that this is lettuce and mushrooms, and I'm not going to be getting eggs. Nothing to do with the shine bugs. But I'm not sure if we would have had any benefit from that. Cool salt slush naturally open. This is technically going to warm up the map because it's at -39. And this is at -10. I guess we could leave it there to warm it up, I guess. It's not a bad thing. Another mammoth biome down there. Lots of water. Alright, we know this is gonna be the next ladder. Find lettuce. Oh, we do, yeah. The seeds are right there. True. I think we're gonna make a new ladder down here. Because I'm thinking about it. Laddering down this way has almost no benefit for us. Yeah, you know what we'll actually do? Ladder, ladder. We're gonna make this into a mini CO2 pit where we'll have the alveoveras from any CO2 that gets caught down this way. We're gonna have this extend past, and then we're gonna have another ladder in the middle. I don't want to have this ladder go straight down, so we're gonna shift over the ladder and then also relocate a little bit of where the alveoveras are. Goes straight down. I have to build ladders though. Another thing is that I know there's space exposure below us because of how Blasted Ceres works. So we are going to, you know, want to probably work our way down because we probably do need to do that stuff. All right, so neutronium right here. Oh, the toilets. Oh, shit. We do need to go this way. Bleach stone on that side. So let's go this way. Bro, we found a toilet. Nice. Yeah, I didn't see it. Yeah, and we found sand, so we could actually start filtering pea water. Good stuff. All right, so we really just need to get data banks. So going up to start scanning a little bit would be kind of nice. Maybe we should start doing the inspect on every building. Get some free data banks is always nice. Access code, we're gonna get that. We still don't have enough food to really get a new dupe. Bluff briars are not actually fed to anything. I was confusing that with, I think, oh, this is... Oh, they changed this. I didn't realize that. They changed the Joya plant. Wasn't it minus 100 to 100 before? Am I crazy? Yo, dude. Joya Seed's not as OP. I guess that's what they call game balancing. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. I thought it was minus 100 to positive 100. Did that recently get changed? It's always been 0 to 100? That can't be right. I'm curious now. I want to check now. Joya Seeds. Why did I think it was minus 100? It has always just been 0 to 100. Mandela effect. Maybe, man. Looks like it is 0 to 100. Maybe thinking Tranquil Tools? No, I remember Joya Seeds being like, if you have it, it was the, oh yeah, solve all the problems. So in my mind, I was thinking you were able to plant Juliet seeds everywhere all the time, no matter which map it was. Oh man, it feels bad. I was not thinking Tranquil Toes. Do those actually go minus 100 to positive 100? I thought the range was minus 100 to positive 100. Yeah, I was thinking Joyas. But for whatever reason, I thought it was minus 100, positive 100. God damn, dude. Joyas were not that good, huh? Gotta unclog the toilet. Oh my god. What are these bad boys? Minor volcano. Seems legit. Hot polluted oxygen. That's bad. It's with the bees though. That sucks. I want to keep the bees alive, so I don't know if we're going to do anything with the volcanoes. All right, let's copy paste, and then we're going to uproot this bottom layer. Probably uproot this one as well. Maybe just all of them in general, because we're going to be wanting to go down this way. All right, we just got to unclog. Rust biome. Dress is literally just hovering at 80%. All right, we got the banquet table. We should grab this just for some of the gas stuff, and then we'll grab suits so that we'll be able to start doing the running here. Looks like it's a little far, huh? Or maybe just lacking a little bit of O2. No canister filler. We could put that over here and get some canisters to overflow. Hydrogen is still going up, 250 to 327. Pretty good so far. Got the furnace over there. Let's bump up the toilet clog activation. Get the code for the print scepter. I kind of want to shear this guy at least once. We got to get that running. Pretty good. All right, people of chat, I'm going to be brave. And I am going to be taking a quick break right now. Max difficulty, we're going to let it run. And I'll be right back. Get a refill. I'm going to lay down on my back for a little bit. BRB boys. All right, we're back. Major English, I see you over there. Game over. I'm sorry, Zaki. I'm playing, not you. I handle mines. I don't know about your gameplays, though. D-Mayor, welcome in. Oxygen's pretty good. We need more water, though. I might want to get a second liquefier. Prince Scepter. Hey, we're in. We could start intercepting the charges. Let me get the... That's a refinement or utility. Ice liquefier right there. Get some water for this. Empty water pipes right now. Pulling down a little bit of the gas. Okay, a little bit of CO2 needs to be caught right there. Wood is at 3K, so we'll just put it down there for now. CO2 right here, though. Decent. We're not researching yet. We have no water. Are the toilets using that much? But yeah, we gotta start delivering water to here. We got reed fiber. We make suits. Not bad. Not gonna be stable though, because while we could get it, we good chance won't be able to repair it, and they're gonna deteriorate pretty fast. We're just gonna try to not use suits as much as we can. Okay, tech-wise, AQ, probably we'll need that for the metal volcanoes at least. Oh, dude, ore hole. I'm probably intercepting that. Bump this down. We don't need people delivering to this. Got some water, dude. Gotta stay hydrated. Communal table. Let's go. Do we need back walls? Oh, we need the ornament. We don't have that. We didn't get one from this, huh? God damn it. Oh, we have sweaters here. Get the people some sweaters. Oh, the O2's going down. Alright, let's cut this. Let's do an automation here. Where gas pressure dictates whether or not we're pumping. Stress is no longer above 80. That's actually an improvement. It's kind of weird to say. Yeah, and I think down here, the CO2 might start liquefying, so we'll let that kind of do its thing for a while. We kind of need to accumulate wood, get the new mess table. Get that built. Let's bump this up to a 7. And the Gravitas facility. We're in. Having some shine bugs loose is not too bad. And then, yeah, we really need the water here, man. storing is not a priority for anyone. So let's give that to... Yeah, no one's doing storing. I guess we could give that to Camille. Do you think they should add giving databanks from printing pod like 5 to 10 units? So the printing pod does give you databanks, it's just not a lot, right? I think they should allow microchips to be converted to databanks. I feel like that would be really nice. I don't know how you would really want to work around that, but I feel like if you were to add a new way to getting databanks, but that's just like metal plus time. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. It's just, where do you put it on the tech tree? Because you could argue this is just plastic plus time, right? Same thing. Instead of plastic, it's metal. Some heat management, I guess. But at the same time, it feels like once you get plastic, you're never going to really run out. Whereas metals kind of force you to, if you do that as like a main source, eventually have to tame a metal volcano. And if not, you're not really allowed to make that much because you're going to have other uses for the metal. Then again, you know, that's what I would do. Not necessarily like the best thing to do. Above 1,000. There we go. If it's below, we gotta stop, man. And then we just gotta keep adding water. Moving into data banks, that's fine. Alright, so getting to the top of the map here means we're gonna be able to do telescopes. And I think we will want to do that. We'll have ethanol for the liquid lock. And then that way we'll get data banks for the Princeptor. So I do want to go to the bottom of the map. The problem is, though, is... while we do have the bottom of the map we want to go to, I kind of want to start doing the Draco stuff. We're going to be intercepting charges, and then we're going to need space. So the space is going to be for the ranches. Hot water. -10 water. We're gonna have to dig out the seal area eventually. I guess for the same reasoning, we're gonna have to eventually dig this out as well. Get that started, I guess. And then if I want to do the Draco Ranch, where do I want to put it? Because we're gonna build 2 double-stack Draco Ranches. It might make sense to have them both here. But it's going to be funny. We're going to have to put space heaters inside. We don't really have a power source. We could also put the Draco Ranches in here. continue doing a little bit of digging. Because the outside temperature will seep through the insulated tiles, albeit slow. What happened to the first one? You died, dude. So we reset. My man, you died. I guess you don't remember the moments before death when you respawn. Why did you kill me? I didn't kill you. You decided that you wanted to poop instead of eating and then died. I can't help it, man. You were like, I gotta poop or I gotta eat. And you decided that you went to poop instead. If you want, we have Meep and Camille as the unclaimed dupes at the moment. Who doesn't want to Meep? Let me guess. It's gonna be Meep. It's like the Backstreet Boys song. It's gonna be Meep. My man listens to Backstreet Boys. Let's go. Mr. Brain is back. I hope you're not cursed and you die again. Okay. I don't think it's even gonna matter what we give you because you have a warm sweater on. Right? We're gonna give you the dinosaur outfit. Yep, you got the sweater. Doesn't even change the color of the pants. Feels bad. You got the cozy onesie, man. 57% strength. Dude, it was at 80% for like the entire day. It's still at 80. Oh no, that's not you, it's someone else. Okay, so right now we're deciding where we want to put our Draco Ranch. I am gonna buy a Draco, amongst other things like the seeds we need for this. Go to the top of the map, get the databanks from space scanning. And now we need to figure out where we want to build this ranch. Because the thing is that the center is the coldest area. So heating up the area inside the Draco Ranch, even with insulated tiles, is gonna suck. Just kind of naturally. So I'm thinking to myself, where can we put this? Before we get Draco babies, we got to get the ranch. Probably also make sure we have the resources to fertilize. Which probably means I have to get a regular Draco ranch first, because the bomb lily just needs chlorine. And feeding it cold dirt, it's going to make the glossy plus mealwood a struggle. Now we do have hot salt water at 95. So that could be probably how we want to get that started. That makes me think we should just do it by the hot water. There is the satellite right there, though. We can't dig obsidian yet. We could, though. And then it's basically placement. Let's argue we live in the center of the map. Typically, you want to move from the center, though, because it's just not worth the amount of work you have to do. in order to get what is this liquid here? Oh, it's mercury. To warm it up, it's not worth it, man. It's not. A lot of times you're just a lot better off living in the abyssalite areas. That's minus 30. So I'm thinking we might want to move into here. There's a natural opening up top. We already made an opening down there. And then we'd be closer to the minerals. All right, we're gonna start going through this way. Maybe that could be something to do. All right. Carbon dioxide. There we go. Let's do a move to here. Not a lot. We'll move some more from here into the ledge too, and it's going to be celebration time. Bring out the kazoos and those things that you blow into and it like shoots out and goes doo doo. What's that called? It's during New Year's a lot. There it is. Makes that sound. Dude, what's that called, man? $100 cycles, baby. We're doing good. Alright, we're gonna start digging down this way. And I think we might want to move base. This is just a huge map in general. Is that actually the kazoo? I thought a kazoo was something else. Maybe it is a kazoo. People of chat, I got a question, man. You guys know how it's like you have your daily habits. You eat dinner at this time. You go to sleep at this time. You wake up at this time. You have lunch at this time. Right? Those things typically happen around the same time. Right? Because that's kind of like the habit that's developed. So, I have a question for y'all. Do your habits that fall into that category that I'm talking about change when it gets to the weekend? Friday, Saturday, Sunday? I'm thinking we just put the Dreco Ranch here and we live with it, man. Thug life. And we just live in this area. It's not too bad. We'll just eventually warm up the map. Some do, some don't. I would still eat food at the same time. Right? But you might wake up late. So yeah, that's another thing. Growing up, you would always hear people say, oh man, it's Friday, TGI Friday, and all that good stuff. And then as a result, you imagine it's like a cause for celebration. And it is, the week is over. And one of the things that I've kind of gotten used to doing is staying up on Fridays later than I normally would. Do you guys do that? I was like, oh dude, hell yeah. I don't have to wake up for work tomorrow at 6 a.m. So I'm gonna stay up till like 6 a.m. Now that's just an extreme example, right? You know what I'm saying? I do that. Yeah, I have a friend in Germany, and we talk. We watch movies on Discord and talk a lot. Maybe sometimes till 7 a.m. for me. Oh, dude, that's awesome. So when it's the weekend, you get to hang out with the homie from the other time zone. Well, that's fair. That's very fair, especially if you have like something to do, someone to connect with. I think that's awesome, dude. Hell yeah, man. I wake up later too. It's glorious not having a scheduled wake up too. It's refreshing for real. It is. Now, the thing is that it becomes a thing where Friday, you stay up late, right? Because it's Friday. Saturday, you stay up late because then you got Sunday. But then when it's Sunday, it's like miserable. It's like, oh, dude, I gotta sleep a lot earlier. And you can't sleep that late anymore, right? I feel like because I've always done that, like you guys are saying, it makes kind of having a steady schedule a lot harder. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys get that feeling where you guys are like, oh man. Because I was like this a lot when I was had the day job, back when I was doing the accounting thing. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. You have to go back to a schedule on Monday, right? You dread that day. And everyone does. Like, you have to go back to work, you have to deal with the BS that is the work, right? Like, you have to go, you know, whatever it is you got to do, punch numbers, do the labor, have to deal with people. I don't know, whether you're a cashier or if you're working like a computer desk job, right? And it sucks. So it's like you dread that day. And it becomes that much harder to kind of wake up or go to sleep because you're like, I don't want the day to end. I don't want the weekend to be over. The moment I close my eyes on Sunday, the weekend ends. Right? I feel like it's that much harder to go to sleep on time because of a couple things. You're dreading the Monday, and then you were sleeping late the nights before. Right? So it's like you're kind of getting used to sleeping at a later time. You're not as tired. And you also don't want to go to sleep. So I'm curious, is there anyone that maintains their weekday schedule over the weekends? And have you, I guess, not go through that feeling that I'm describing? I'll be up all night because it's only work at 5 right now. It's over now. I see you. Hey, man, you lolling, but you know exactly what I'm talking about, man. This guy is saying in real life, this motherfucker is me for real, for real. You probably saying that in real life. Like, oh, man, dude. This guy. I think adding a workout routine makes it easier if you wake up early and do chores on time, even on the weekends. Starting the day productive is pretty nice. That way you feel not as guilty for not doing anything later on in the day. I've always heard people say working out helps them. I don't know though. Maybe it does. I have the same feeling when I get back from vacation. I got back from Florida and I'm super sad. Dude, you were in Florida during peak heat wave? I imagine you were not in a pool, but it looked like you were, you know, soaked, right? Because, dude, it's like super hot right now in pretty much all of the world. And if you were in Florida, I imagine it was mad humid. But yo, man, Florida is kind of nice. I hear that it's pretty much a lot similar to California, like environment-wise, except that it's just mad humid and California is mad dry. But otherwise, it's like nice beach weather. A lot of sun. It's good stuff, man. Hey, man, you just got back, but it's Friday. At least you get the weekend. Oh, you was raised there. Not bad. I saw something on a video that was talking about Florida. And it was... so I started watching a lot of trivia YouTube content. And it's basically they're doing trivia competitions, kind of like pop quizzes. And one of the questions was, which state in the United States is known as the retirement center for elderly people? And someone immediately goes, Florida. And everyone looks at him like, for reals? And he's like, yeah, I'm the only one there that's 20 years old. Everyone else is 60 plus and retired. I was like, word? He's like, yep. I didn't know that about Florida. I thought Florida, like when you think Florida, you think of Miami. You know what I'm saying? Like Miami's different. I didn't know that was actually where the old people go to retire. I didn't know that. I thought that was common knowledge. Dude, me and Addy Rocks are like, what? I do imagine like kids hanging out at the beaches having, yeah, right? Miami Beach. Not only that, it's like Miami is kind of known to being like a big party city. Like, people get hyped to go to Miami. All the rich old people just go down there to retire. Even the medium rich people go down there. I hear that they have a lot of the community centers, where it's like a retirement home community, but it's like very bougie. Like, everyone there has a normal car that they drive to wherever they need to get to. But within the community, they have like golf carts. And it's like a small little golf cart go-kart that they just drive to hang out with the homies within the community. Because everyone has their own like crib. You know what I'm saying? I thought that was kind of weird but cool at the same time. Yeah, it's pretty normal. Is that actually like a retirement state or is it just a name? It's kind of like what they're known for, I guess. It's like if you go to Texas, they're known for their barbecue and Tex-Mex food, right? It's like, you know, stereotypical kind of association. I just, you know, never knew that was Florida's kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Like their, lack of better words, Tinder profile. Oh yeah, people go here to retire. I was like, what? For real? Damn. I didn't know that, man. Yeah, pretty much outside the major cities, there's tons of retirement communities like that. Huh. I didn't know that. I didn't think they would have like golf carts and be driving around though. I thought it was pretty funny. Camille, what's wrong? Go to sleep, Camille. You'll be fine. Take a nap. They're stretching. But yeah, man, I learned that on the quiz thing. I thought it was pretty interesting. Now, that being said, does no one keep their normal weekday schedule through the weekend? I was gonna ask if they liked having it like that because of what I described earlier. When they're getting ready to retire and they're spending half the year there for tax benefits. Snowbirds. Oh, wow. Tax benefits. I hear people do that in Texas because they have no state tax or something like that. I remember there was a thing where a lot of streamers, after they like hit it big, so to speak, moved to Texas for the tax break. Snowbirds, huh? They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Dupes never get weekends. Every day that goes by, real life starts to look more like dupe life. We're eventually only gonna get 2 hours of sleep. And that's gonna be enough in air quotes. There's no longer gonna be massages from other people. It's gonna be from the machines only with a massage table. There's gonna be breathing stations everywhere because the oxygen quality is gonna be bad. We're gonna start breathing in polluted oxygen on the daily because we're gonna run out of water. I don't know. Damn, breathability here sucks though. Real talk. Yeah, Texas no income tax. Yeah, I hear that's a thing. People go to Texas for the tax breaks. All right, we need to make a Draggle box. I don't want it to be immediately here. I do want some space for the potential stuff that we might have. So normally we would do blocks of 16, kind of like the bedrooms here, right? Blocks of 16 inside. I guess we could do a block of 16, then the Draggle box. That's not bad. But then it's like, a lot of times you kind of want to have longer for ranching. You know what? Maybe we could do a couple first to get it started. And that's just going to be the beginning. All right, so 18, 19, 20. And then we'll do the same thing down here. And then we'll get our Draco box on the side of that. Yeah. All right. Gonna have to start transforming this so that we can get a little bit of stability for the long term. Gonna be planning around that. Gonna be getting a lot of our minerals from here. Gonna be a lot of the igneous. We're gonna be continuing the tech. The salinator, because we have salt water. And then I'm thinking about just making iron this way, because we have a lot of iron. Get some sand that way without having to go too far. But we already have 10 tons from this. It's all pretty good so far. We found maybe 6 out of the 16 geysers we have, so we have at least another 10 geysers. I'd imagine we have a bunch of volcanoes down here. It sounds like that would be a thing. And then I wouldn't mind doing some ladders down here. New CO2 pits. Also a lot of sleetweed grain down here. Dupes never get weekends, man. Feels bad. I do want to trim this to build some more out, but we probably want to wait a little bit first. We will also want to get 2 Draco boxes. So the first one's going to be Bomb Lily. I'm also we have a little bit of wood. Got to get another ladder shaft here for good airflow. Water is pretty good now. Hydrogen is still pretty fine, 300 kgs. All right, we don't have to keep digging, and then we still got to go up to the telescope space. Soon, boys. It's looking really nice, though. The only thing we're really worried about is stress. And realistically, I don't know what we really do. Stress kind of sucks. I'm wondering if I should just kind of open the hot salt water and let it kind of just spill. Rubber boots! Oh shit! We're gonna give this to Camille because she gets wrecked all day. Oh my god. The main reason why she's stressed is because she's always walking to areas with liquid CO2. And as a result, she gets mad. D Mayor will probably get the next one if we do get a second pair. Alright, we're just gonna have to let him build right now. So far, so good. Gotta wait for the dupes to build. Well, I might be giving the dupes too many jobs right now, too. So we're just gonna have to sit back, relax. Let them do the things. You could not really tell the difference between the areas and the temperature, man. It's kind of crazy. And we still haven't got to the bottom half of the map. We need to do that. Dude, I'm thinking it might be worth it to just open this up and let this kind of just warm everything up. To be honest, I wasn't a fan of this DLC. It felt like the dupe punishment all the way to ammo suits. 100% agree. I thought this DLC was not made well. It felt like this is easily the worst DLC out of all the DLCs they've released. IMO. Because a lot of the changes made the game worse to play. Like, when it comes to difficulty, with everything that already exists, everything this added made everything feel a lot worse. I have to agree, man, that it just made the game unfun. And there was no real rhyme or reasoning that actually made sense of why they made the changes. Because at the time, it was like, oh, they wanted it to make it a difficult map. But the problem with this is that it wasn't difficult in a sense of what you had to do was harder. You were doing the same things you would do on any other playthrough, except it just wouldn't get done. Right? And that's like the hardest thing to really gauge how efficient your dupes are working. And there's no real way of really like seeing that. Like, you're not counting how many tiles your dupe built today, you know? And everything just became harder to do without realizing that it was harder to do, because it doesn't really seem like it should be different. But every change they added with this was so stupid. And then the map design in and of itself multiplied that. Like, the fact that they were getting soggy, wet, soppy, soggy feet, sopping wet from liquid carbon dioxide was the worst. There are parts of the map where they would breathe out and it would liquefy, and then they would get wet, and then at the stress mod, right? Like, that was frustrating. And then chilly surroundings, right, lowers their move speed, so it's like it just made everything so much worse. And then the worst thing on top of all that is the heater. The heater in and of itself was designed to be a new player trap, dude. Why is the buff 0.3 cycles, 0.2 cycles. So they have to go back to the heater to get the buff like multiple times a day. That was probably the worst thing about it, man. It's like the heater doesn't help. The heater is so poorly designed that you don't want the heater unless they're having a bedroom. If they were sleeping on the floor, you didn't need a heater for them. Because if they sleep in a bedroom and the bedroom was cold, there's a debuff called chilly bedroom and you get penalized for that. Like, everything in this DLC was like, let's punish the players. That was literally what it seemed like was the thought process behind it. Let's make everything slower. Let's make a Pokemon game where the HP bar ticks a little bit longer to tick down so that we could get more hours played on the game. You know, it was in that type of like area of BS. Like, nobody wants that. And that's literally what happened. It just took longer to get anything else done. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, there was a Pokemon version. I think it was Diamond Pearl. I might be wrong. It might be Sapphire. What it was that they made it so that the HP bar would tick down slower so that they could hit their 150 hours of game time. Pokemon in general is designed around 150 hours of gameplay to go through the game, beat the story, and then there's extra content. Like, they'll have something you do after you beat the Elite Four, and then that stuff will make up for the extra time that, you know, it takes to, you know, hit 150. They couldn't get enough content in one of the versions, so what they did was they just made the HP bar tick slower, and then when the players found out, it was big riot, man. Like, someone put a video of Blissey, the most HP Pokemon in the game, getting hit by a one-hit KO move, so it just ticks down their full HP down. It was insane, dude. It was 4 times slower. Absolutely insane. You gotta give more carry capacity. I probably should. Yeah, I probably should. This is not gonna hurt anyone. They should have enough morale for this. I have the DLC, but never played on this planetoid. Yeah, the cold planet sucks, man. Chilly surroundings was just majorly flawed. How they designed it all around. Relica was great. That was a lot better. Like, the difficulty came with preparation for the event that was going to happen, and everything was like telegraphed really well. The area that was going to get destroyed, the timer, you get some options to play around that. That was well designed. And that's like adds dimension to the game. Like, that was a lot better. 100%. If there was one DLC I would say to avoid, it would be this one. Everything in this game is so isolated for this DLC. Like, outside of starting on the cold planet, you don't use anything associated with this. No one gets Bammets, no one gets Floxes, no one gets Seals. Well, Seals, special case, they have the only way of getting Tallow, unless you want to do biodiesel freezing. But like, it feels like everything from this DLC isn't used outside of the DLC. Which means that everything is just really poorly designed. Yeah, man. Dude, this is the only spot that's not blue. They're gonna be chilling right there, man. Dude, 600 kgs of water. At least it's not freezing. Yeah, that's the thing. Everything is too cold. Now, we say that, but it's like... you kind of just make a cold area for Sleetweed. And then on top of that, when Prehistoric Planet Pack released Megafrons, I actually would try to grow this. Like a lot of the stuff from Prehistoric Planet Pack, I would actually try to do. I guess you could argue that a lot of the stuff from the Prehistoric Planet Pack was just really good in general. Like the smoker building was really good. We just talked about this. Holy shit. We just talked about this, man. Let's go. All right, we just need chlorine now. Chlorine geyser. No swimwear because it shares the same slot as the sweater. So I can't really use it. Warm sweater, right? Feels bad. Alright, we can bob all this now. Never use the sweaters. Yeah, man, it's a little cold. We had to give everyone a parka. Be like that sometimes. We're probably gonna want plastic press. Fleetweed is +5, that's true. Dude, not having it means that you already warmed up the map. I think the first time I played this, that's exactly what I did. I made a hot area, and we lived in that hot area that was at 30 degrees. And then we had suits to leave. Yeah. That's exactly what it was. Make the temperature controlled area for the dudes. But yeah, because of all the things I said that makes this map suck, technically makes this map the most difficult. So we want to see if we could do this with the new DLC. Doesn't seem too bad anymore though. I think we got it. Technically, that's part of the reason why this map is hard. This might be the only map where it's like stress kills you, which is kind of crazy. There's just so much stress mods on this that I feel like you'll never really run into otherwise. Be like that though sometimes. All right. So, oxygen is indeed included. We pumped up some CO2 because my dupes be breathing. We'll put a canister filler here. And then we don't need that much oxygen here, but we should try to have a little bit. This might be the best way to get some oxygen over here. It's like, I don't want to build a pipe out because I don't want to steadily feed it. But we're probably going to want this to be more breathable than what we have it at. So we're just going to put it emptier with a filler and start moving some canisters of O2. Oh, they're getting their feet wet here. Our Camille still gets chilly surroundings, which is the stress. Okay, it's went away. Now she's at 0%. Massage table off of the hydrogen power. We have a little bit to sacrifice, I guess. How much is this? 120? 240. Man, they need to lower the power usage here, man. They really do. 240 is too much for the massages, man. All right, start continuing to build this. Gonna get our platforms here. We're eventually gonna probably get a kitchen, meal hall area, more bedrooms, and then we're gonna have the Drecos on the side. We will probably want this entire area insulated. And I do want a layer here of dead space. We probably do want to trim a little bit of the abyssalite later. And it wouldn't be bad. Do a little bit of iron right here. Get some refined metal. So far, so good. We still haven't gotten up to here yet, man. I feel like it's because of the lack of oxygen and the dupes are struggling. Overflow oxygen only. That's the extra stuff. Can you isolate the minor volcano and use magma as a heat source? We could. I probably wouldn't want to do that though. I would probably want to do the, I might actually do it, copper and iron, and just open it and get free refined metal. Because the igneous doesn't really do anything for you. I'd rather pull it from the metal volcanoes here and get some refined metal just naturally being generated. And then also the hot water here might be better. More controllable. You wouldn't get as much heat, but it's, you know, I wouldn't have to worry too much about having it get too hot. No, I didn't. I didn't want to bop the seals. And the big problem is all the mercury is going to melt immediately. Because this melts at what? Minus 20, minus 38. It's going to flood. I don't have a way of catching the liquid mercury yet. That's going to be a bad time. All of this mercury would melt. And I'm like, yeah, maybe not, man. That's the big reason why I don't want to open the geysers yet. The mercury is going to be a mess. Ah, man. Like the mercury that I mined. Because I dug straight up, right? Fell down. And you know what the mercury did? It melted. That's so stupid, dude. It's minus 39 and the mercury's liquid. That's so annoying. They don't think it be like it is, though, but it do. Just Mercury things. Sailor Mercury. Why did you forsake me? Feels bad, boys. Oh, I never made the second table. That's why they were eating by the electrolyzer. I forgot to make the second table. Oh, dude. So to eat the meal hall, dude. Feels bad. How many databanks do we have? 28. Alright, we need to start intercepting more charges. And then get a bomb lily seed. We will want the bomb lily to be grown so that we could harvest to get more seeds. So we kind of need to get that started before we get any Drecos. Because we need to be able to feed the Drecos. And if we feed the Drecos, we won't get seeds. And then they won't appear on the map naturally. So that's going to have to be what we have to do. So of course, while we do that, we're probably going to want to get telescope to farm a little bit of the data banks. Not bad, not bad. There we go. Dig out all of this. Everything falls down. We're not gonna have to sweep it. Gravity. The power of gravity, baby. Narcoleptic nap. Like how you fall asleep in the snow. They be napping sometimes. They'd be like that. Okay. Solid carbon dioxide. On this level, let's put it here. Okay, that's a lot of CO2. But it's going to feed into these guys, so it's going to be fine. Lettuce. No, intercepts. There we go. I remember now, boys. Dude, they need to give you a button. When you get a printout and you have this active, I feel like you forget sometimes that you have that. Well, I'm just going to grab this. This is the best thing out of the list. I want to have a intercept charge button on the printout page. That'd be really nice, man. Not going to lie. Would not mind that at all. If anything, I would prefer to have that. It's very small change, very QOL though, right? This is slowly filling up. That's fine, it's fine. Oh, full water, boys. That's what I want to see. Electrolyzer is full of water. Dude, look at how warm this is. Feels good, man. You guys ever have that thing where it's so cold that warm water feels hot? That's how I feel like this feels like right now, man. Everyone's so used to the cold that this is probably like, oh man, that's gonna burn, dude. I'm not gonna lie, I used to do that a lot as a kid. When my feet were cold, I would put it in warm water and it would feel like it's burning. And then it's like, you know, give it like 30 seconds. It adjusts and say, you know, this is actually not that bad. I guess that's why the Norwegian people would do the hot tub and then jump into the snow. You know what I'm saying? They would hot tub, sauna, whatever, and then immediately jump into the snow or something like that. My grandpa would tell me my fingers would fall off. Lamo, dude, frostbite is real though. Let's be real. It's the same with hands. Rub them with snow, then shake, then rub against each other. Oh. Similar sensation. I could see that. I could see that. We'll feel like they're on fire. Friction, man. Friction OP, dude. Yeah, it's taking some time for the carbon dioxide to actually melt, so that's fine. All right, let's remove this tile so that carrying the igneous is a shorter trip. Okay, let's continue this. We'll eventually get enough oxygen. Let me do a pre-dump. So if anyone wants to, they could move that canister over here. Help it out a little bit. Let's bump this up to a 9. H2 looking good. A little bit of the liquid CO2 right there, not too bad. Bottle of water on the ground. Let's disable auto bottles so they have to use it from here. And then pea water. This pea water is a trap. This is the funny thing. If I were to filter this, it's gonna freeze. So I think we need to just save it until we get the cool slush opened up and we just mix it with it. It's funny how that's gonna be colder than the cool slush water. Oh, fell down and slipped. Oof. Continues to work though. Let's go. Oh, fell down again. What's going on, Orjan? Welcome in. Yeah, Timo. We got into this biome. We dug out some igneous. We're trying to get to the top of the map. We also found sand in the sand biome. We found a toilet. And we got the Princeptor online. 2 out of 3 charges. Outside of that, spawn is up. Well, I guess this counts as a spawn. You know, technically, this is a spawn. We're having the hydrogen generator. We're using gravity to filter out the gas. And then all we got to do is add water with the bottle drainer. Pumping out the oxygen. What are you going to print out? We're going to be doing bomb lily. Bomb lily is going to be the food we want for the Drekos. But the problem is that if the Drekos are eating the bomb lily, we never get a chance of getting more seeds. So we're going to try to get bomb lily to grow. Heat up the room so that it can grow. And then try to get 8 seeds from the 1 that we buy. By the time we get the bomb lily, I'm hoping the Dreco box is going to be made. And then while we do that, we're going to be getting more data banks from telescoping. Right? Telescope's going to be nice. Orjan, you are amazing. Thanks so much for the prime. And using it on me. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoy your stay. Enjoy the about 20 minutes ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. But yay, appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I see you over there, Orjan. Using the primes. I see you. I see you. But yeah, we want Drekos. It's funny. Our food source right now are these pike apples. Right? The thing about these pike apples that's kind of interesting is they need phosphorite. So we aren't actually able to do anything with this because there's no phosphorite on the map. Like, you spawn with a little bit in the starting area. We have a little bit right here, but outside of that, you don't get anything else. So I'm trying to get ahead of that and get Drekos because they poop phosphorite. And then if you get bomb lily, it's all free. And then that would stabilize our food indefinitely. We found 2 water geysers right here. So that would be water for the spawn. So we're just planning a little bit ahead to try to get ahead of any future problems that will happen. And then that would basically stabilize the run. Yeah, so far so good, man. You know what I kind of need right now? I need a dedicated hauler. Tallow and meat. So technically mammoth plus seals are best buddies because they make food that never perishes. 22,400. God damn. You gotta get the 22,400. And then once you get the tallow, that these guys drop, we get the pemmican. So each one of these guys is 50 kgs. That's 50 pemmican, right? Because it's 1 kg per. So it's pretty good. You don't even need to really ranch the seals. You could just wait for the wild ones to evolve naturally of old age. And, you know, you're not really penalized for that. And you get 50 pemmican, as long as you ranch the meat for the mammoths. Or the mammoth for the meat. It's pretty nice, man. Now, the thing is that there's no real incentive to go for that because of the fact that the map is natural. Dartles suck. They really, really suck. Dartle sucks. It really, really sucks. I don't know if we want to go for that, man. We're going to hit them with the intercepts. Let's go get a bomb lily seed. Bomb lily. There it is. Thank you. Wow. We did it. Hey, we get the hair dryer. And you know what that means? Do we need a wreck? We do need the wreck building. That sucks. I need to get a pedestal here so that we could get the banquet hall. Because I need to get a displayed ornament. Alright, that really means that we just have to move the rock crusher. And then we'll just move that over. It'd be like that sometimes. I have only ranched them when I had too much sucrose. That's fair. Realistically though, yeah, you don't really need to ranch these guys too much. You can just probably feed one seal and then you'll get enough tallow because you don't really go through that much unless you're deep frying pretty actively. You're doing the other fried foods like tempura, fish tacos, maybe some nosh noms. Wouldn't be too bad. Now we don't have stable power yet. I can't really do rad bolt tech until we get stable power. We haven't found any power geysers. We have salt slush, cool polluted water slush, hot salt water, metal volcanoes of copper and iron. Need to get some power source, man. Haven't tried it with the new DLC. Not gonna lie, man. I feel like Aquatic Planet Pack was an awesome DLC, I will have to say. It was pretty awesome, dude. Alright, we will have to dig through here. New DLC was pretty awesome. Can't really be too mad about that. Alright, so we know that this is gonna be... When does this melt? 54. Alright, we're gonna start trimming this now. Because if we don't do this now, it's gonna be a problem later. And we want to get that ice. Aquatic's been fun. I've only played on the weekend, and it's been so long, and I played too slow. No worries with that. They did speed up the game a little bit. I do know that Timo's over here doing deathless runs in Silksong. And it's like, I'm gonna be real, man. Timo's a real gamer. Because I can't play Silksong, man. I get wrecked. I get the bad times, dude. I hear Megalovania playing constantly. It's like, what's that sound? Oh, shit. This is just a normal mob. Wait, man. BGM starts playing. You know it's real, dude. If that happens. But yeah, man, if you do have some spare time, want to casually go through and have enjoyable time, that's when it's, you know, APP. Got some time to kill. Not only that, you want to have a nice little cozy time. It's pretty good. I reached Cycle 500 last weekend and realized I still haven't launched the rocket. Now I'm wondering if I should start over with New Colony or just play it extra slow. There's nothing wrong playing it slow. And if you think about it, it's like you would have everything you would need. Do I play any games off stream? Maybe Path of Exile, but I'm kind of over that right now. And I'm just kind of waiting. Like when a new Path of Exile League launches, I'm probably playing that. Outside of that, maybe a little bit of Guild Wars 2. That's basically the MMO that I would play, and I've played that on and off for like the last, since it launched like 10, 11, 12 years ago. And it's designed in a way where once you hit max level and get the, you know, highest level gear, you never have to re-gear, right? Because it's horizontal progression. So anytime it's like they have an update, I could just immediately be able to participate because I have the gear for it already. So it's really nice because of that. And as a result, it's a great game to play on and off. So for the most part, I would say that would be the offline game that I play. But it's like, I don't even play that much. There's probably weeks at a time where I don't log in. And it's just because it's like, you know, only if you want something to do, take up your time. Or if, you know, you're waiting for like a certain boss or something and it doesn't spawn until this time. It makes it pretty easy to just hop in and, you know, play. Outside of that, maybe watching a lot of content on YouTube related to basketball is probably what I spend my most time doing. Like I'm eating something, I'm watching something related to my Lakers, some of the players. If there's trades happening right now, it's off season. During the season, you know, you got to watch the games and highlights. Another big thing is podcasts in the NBA space has been pretty big. Been doing a lot of that. But yeah, I would say I would probably be watching stuff on YouTube more often than actually playing something. And it's because it's very quick and easy to just put it up while I'm eating, while I'm doing something else, right? That's the upside of having two monitors. You just have it up, man, and then you're like editing, doing something else, waiting for the stuff to render, whatever it might be. But yeah, don't really do a lot of stuff like that. When it's time and ASL is coming out, I'm watching ASL as soon as it comes out. Sometimes I get mad that they release the videos at 2 a.m. I'm like, dude, it's 2 a.m, man. People are sleeping. But then, you know, you get the chills. And you're like, oh, dude. I feel the chills. And it's like, I gotta watch ASL. I could be sleeping. I'll wake up in the middle of the night. Oh, chills, dude. I gotta log into the YouTubes. Mamba's here. Mamba's getting his head rubs. I cannot reach lower than that though, because goddamn. My back. Alright, little baby Mambo, you're good. 5 for the shearing station plus critter trap. Good. We're gonna want to just dig this out because we kind of have to. I don't want to have to sweep everything, so we're gonna knock everything down here. I guess we'll do that as well before this melts. Gonna have the tile there. Pretty good. I probably do want to dig this so that when we dig that, everything just kind of falls down because the Dreckle box is going to be here. Ooh, that's a lot of CO2. At least the Alveo Vera is able to eat this way. And then I need to actually like do the spacing for this. I remember there was a T shape, then grooming station, shearing station, drop off. We know we need to dig this out. I probably do have to break into the abyssalite here. I don't want to break this abyssalite, but it's probably fine. I guess it's the upside is I don't want the mercury to spill in. Oh, dude, this is starting to get to the point where it's just gonna melt. Okay, let's just dig this. Can't really do anything about that. No, damn. No, damn. All right. Oh, damn. They don't think it be like it is. Save yourself. He's gonna have to dig through all the snow or die. There's oxygen over here. Let's go. It's funny, this would naturally be a CO2 pit, but it's so cold that the CO2 is liquefied. At the end, it's not that much of a punishment. I am blunt, but I would enjoy you to play Stellaris. It's way too much DLCs. That's Paradox games. But anyway, yeah, that's a problem, man. I don't really want to support Paradox anymore. You know, what's that? Is that Scarface? Look how they massacred my boy. Is that Scarface? They took out Skylines and kind of just completely shafted it, you know? How they gonna do that to me like that, man? But yeah, because of that, man, it's tough. It's hard for me to play any Paradox games anymore as a result. Now, of course, you know, maybe it's a really good game and the fun of the game outweighs actually like the bad deeds that they have done. You never know, man. Maybe it is that good. Like, I'm not sure what metric they use, but they do typically pick out a lot of the more fun games to kind of acquire for their company. But yeah, their business structure is pretty gross. It's a lot of exploiting the player. You know, it's really hard to support that when you know that's literally just part of the design philosophy. All right, we're gonna need some igneous. We're gonna dig it down a little bit over there. Should be fine. Yeah, man. Don't really want to be checking that out, but if it's really that good, and I feel like I have this like thought about it, because it is one of those games that I feel like I could spend a lot of time into. I just don't know if oh shit, some of the water froze. I just don't know if it's gonna be actually as fun as it seems. Origin, I gotta ask, how much of the fun of Stellaris stems from the fact that you like space-oriented games? If that makes sense. Like, I know there's a lot of people that enjoy No Man's Sky, but it's not because No Man's Sky is a great game. It's more so they like how it's space and they like the exploration mechanic. Right? Those two things collide and it appeals to a certain demographic, and it's like, you know, each people have their own things they enjoy. I don't have any value tied to the space aspect of the genre, and as a result I couldn't really enjoy No Man's Sky. But it's like, it's not a bad thing that if you do enjoy that, right? It's just more so that's just what appeals to you. So how much of Stellaris is the fact that it's space? Because to me, I'm thinking about it, isn't it just kind of like, for lack of better words, a lot of the Paradox Grand strategy games are very similar, no? Like, they're basically the same game. It's just the theming is a little bit different. I love space-oriented games, and come from Master of Orion 2. I don't enjoy No Man's Sky. I like strategy games. Yeah, so the exploration didn't really, you know, do anything for you. So of course that means No Man's Sky is probably out of the, you know, consideration. Master of Orion. You know what's funny? I used to play a StarCraft custom map game that was called Orion Defense. And I think it was based off of Master of Orion. It's funny. They use space tiles. But for the most part, it was very much just like a tower defense game. Okay, so it is, part of it is the space appeal. Nothing wrong with that. It's just that to me, that's nothing that's like really too much with that. So to me, it's like, I'd rather play like a game like Civilization. I feel like that appeals to me a little bit more. Gotta play the Civ games. I don't want to bop the squash. Hey, look, it's the babies. No Man's Sky was fun. Dude, I got so mad when I played that. I didn't know about how the game worked, and I got lost, and then it's like I couldn't get to the first objective. Oh my god. I spent 2 hours doing the first thing they told you to do. Hey man. Looks like there was a crash over there. We might want to go there and get the first couple of things to be able to leave and fly. It's okay, you gotta go to the marker. And then I was like, okay, I'm just gonna run straight there. I had the thought process that I could just beeline to it. And then I found out I navigated into a cave, and then I got lost. And then I couldn't get out of the cave. I didn't know how to get back out because it's like the arrow is pointing the wrong way. I wasn't like paying attention to the cave at all, and then I got wrecked. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Lost in a cave, couldn't do anything about it afterwards. That was the bad times. Dude, this was at the very beginning of the game, though. So it's like, I don't think we had anything. Like, I had nothing I could do outside of, like, you have to go to the objective. That's all I had. Couldn't do anything else. Alright, we might be wanting to switch mineral type. I mean, I guess we have a lot of igneous now after doing a little bit of digging. Dude, liquid CO2 right there. What temperature is Bomb Lily? 35 minimum. Okay. Appreciate you, Orjan. Feels bad that I couldn't do the Stellaris for you, man. Maybe another company comes out with another different game and it's better than Stellaris. LOL. Maybe we check that out then. Didmir's Space Colonies. LOL. They're gonna come in with some spin-off that's not like based off of history. Started doing the sci-fi stuff. So 4 tiles, the gap setup. And I think we would need to build this out. And then it would be these 2. I guess for the sake of it, I shouldn't try to get stuck. I mean, this does make sense. We'll do it like that then. And then we know there's going to be 2 doors here. Alright, let's bump these up to a 7. And they get a little bit of priority with the build. It feels like there is like some sort of internal priority system where insulated tiles are kind of ignored. Feels weird, man. Because I built this before I built this floor. And then it's like, this is still trying to be built. And the floor is pretty much done. Alright, we're going to have to move out the eggs. I mean, he's not cramped, he's chilling. And then we're getting reed fiber from him. We're doing the weird strat. We're taking the wild plume squash in the area and just moving it down here into a CO2 pit that's deep freeze. So the food never rot. And then we're just taming 1 mammoth and he only needs to eat 1778 calories. This is working out, man. It's kind of crazy how that works out. And we're getting reed fiber. We're getting mammoth patties to crush into phosphorite. It's all working out pretty well. Ooh, we might want to change this because we're going to stack the Dreco box, right? Yeah, that makes sense. We'll do those tiles for now. Do the 7s here. Batteries. Don't need that. Intercepts. Alright, since we have a decent amount of igneous, we're just gonna bop some of those commands. Plants are fertilized. We'll chill out with the research. Nothing really that we would want to grab. Maybe the sweepy stuff, but we'll let them just be free labor. Calories are going up is kind of impressive. Oh, it's because we got the buns. That's right, and they have access to here now. So that added some calories. I feel like if I do get dupe number 8, we're gonna start having calorie issues. But we do have food storage. They're just not actually moving the food into storage. So I need a hauling dupe. Let's move one of the cooks to be storing as well. Our builder's a storer. We could do build? No. We could do build, store. Yeah. We could reduce farming on this. -3. It is pretty bad. So you probably don't want to farm. We could go down on the operating. Then supplying is secondary, which is pretty good. Oni Gaming is meticulous, I will say that much. Hey, man. Thank you for the kind words. I have been told that my personality in general is more of the over-analytical kind. So that's pretty much on brand. Pretty much on brand. That's just kind of like my personality type. Do be the over-analytical stuff. Alright, working on the inside. We'll wait before we start putting in buildings. And then we need to start getting hydrogen, which we have right here. It's pretty good so far. We added some canisters of oxygen here, but it's still pretty lacking. Ah, yeah, I guess we could build this. Try to get that dug out. And then we don't have to worry about the debris being inside. There we go. I'm thinking we could get away with ethanol lock. Dreco. 10 to 60. They spawn at 60. So, ethanol. 80 degrees. Okay, we should be fine with an ethanol lock here. We're going to make the dupe swim in a little bit of ethanol before grooming the Drecos. Seems legit, man. Oh yeah, we're also going to want a door right there. Yeah, man. There's gonna be a rule we'll place for the dupes. No drinking the ethanol. We're gonna tell them that it makes them go blind like moonshine. Oh, dude, stress is below 70 across the colony for the first time. Let's go. Camille is still the most stressed out person. It's kind of sad. She's the one we gave the boots to. She's like fully equipped. The warm sweater, boots, and she's still struggling, man. She's doing her best, though. She struggles so that no one else has to. Dude, man, max difficulty is not messing around, man. They get you with the stress on this stuff. You're gonna be stressed out. Oh, dude. Hey, man. Are you cool with Camille? I'm imagining that's why you redeemed. Welcome in, Troy. Good luck, buddy. I would give you the sailor outfit, but since you're wearing a warm sweater, you will never see it. Look at that. We gave you the new outfit, you still got the sweater on. Feels bad, man. Can't make it look good. Don't stress me out, bro. I'll try. We'll try, man. Do our best. I will say that alone in today's stream, not you, but when they were still known as Camille, they were stress vomiting, I think like 5-6 times today. But, you know, that's a good sign, because that means we're no longer doing that. Right? Right? No more stress vomiting. Seems legit. Seems legit. But yeah, man, we'll do our best. Maybe we'll even invest in a massage machine. Get a massage table out for the dupes. Dr. Evil, right? No, you know where that's from? Have you seen the Star Wars meme? Hey, Anakin, you have a lightsaber, right? So we could cut this without having to use the scissors, right? And then Anakin has that face like, right? And then her right phrase starts going from yeah to distressed. You know that meme I'm talking about? It's the Padme meme. Know what it is I do be talking about? It's just how I imagine is how she would say it. Since we have pips, we're gonna be wild planting all the crops, right? We eat all the food, right? Right. Anakin immediately slaughters the pip. It feels bad. Alright, Draco Box. I didn't think about this, but there's no real way of getting chlorine right now. Finding a chlorine geyser would be the best thing. Dude, Padme Anakin meme. If you're not familiar with that. I mean, we have bleachstone. That's the closest thing we get. Until we find a geyser. I guess we could go up vertically. It's not a bad idea. Then we go this way, that way, this way, that away, and then go this way. And we go up to there. I don't think I've seen that meme before. Let me see. Padme meme. Yeah, that's the first thing that comes up. The first one that comes up is so stupid. We have health insurance, and that means the bills are covered, right? Right? You gotta pay the deductible. Like, wait, what the hell is this? Here, and then these two. Yeah. All right. We gotta build this out. I guess we do put this in. And then we got to replace this with insulated tiles. It's not too bad. Yeah, we'll probably want a bottle emptier for that before we put in the door. And then we're going to have to sweep into this. Once we get this built in, we're probably going to want to put in the space heaters. But that's probably after we get chlorine and vacuum it out. We're going to have to do half hydrogen, half chlorine for the bomb lily, right? Classic stuff. Dude, the insulated tiles being minus 40 kind of sucks. I'm realizing, man, that's gonna make it so that if whatever I put in, it might freeze. So I might have to put in ethanol on the sides. I'm scared that the heater might get too hot. It's probably okay though. Alright, we gotta start trimming the top. We should be able to do this now. We'll have to start sweeping out a lot of the stuff here. Gotta relocate the stuff. CO2 is just gonna be CO2 though. Then the abyssalite. Hydrogen's going up still, 420. Food is at 100,000. Doing really good. Releasing the oxygen. Almost at the top. I'm not really too hard pressed for that. You have 3 data banks inside. The next thing we would grab would probably be the Draco, so we don't really need to be rushing for that. Just because we don't even have the bomb lily seeds yet. We're going to want to expand this to finally get the banquet hall there. We got the hair dryer for that. Okay, we're just kind of waiting. So 8 tons of phosphorite. I don't know if we're going to be cutting it close. We probably won't, just because we have a node right here of phosphorite to mine. And another one down here. But yeah, by the time we get the Dracos running, we should be generating phosphorites. There's no problem with the food transition. And then we might want to get a beacon after we get enough Dracos. Feed the beacons, and then that's all the food in the world. Just be eating cooked fish all day. That's funny, man. We made this priority 7, got built pretty fast. We really just gotta prioritize this area. Once we get the seal in, we'll start getting some ethanol inside and then start pumping out the gas. Maybe we could start canister filling, or we could just pull it from the line and put a vent. That might be better. We could incrementally add it in instead of having to do like jank math. Oh, there it is, the opening. This looks so weird. The bees are gonna break out, dude. And we haven't found a single other geyser. Now we don't have to continue digging there. Top left is kind of a mystery. Going through the ethanol might suck, because you're gonna get chilly surroundings, right? I kind of want to see what's on there, though. Save the bees. The bees are good. We're gonna send the bees to space so they could repopulate the entire universe, D-Mayor. We got the big plans, big ideas. We're gonna strap the beehive with some Radbolt engines and launch them across the galaxy. And then the bees will be everywhere. Let's go. All right, we do want to dig this down once we can. Out of water again, that's fine. We're maintaining everything, so it's not too bad. We just need the dupes to be doing the water stuff. Yep, melting animation, solid CO2 always looks pretty scary, man. It does. The worst is when it's like, it's a huge mass, like you're playing Baitor mod, and it's like 2,000 kilograms of solid CO2. That's when it's like big panic, man. Like, oh dude, this is not gonna be a good time. Everyone's gonna have to hold their breath, get hit in the face with a little bit of dry ice. We need to finish this Dreckle box though. This will be one of the first things we will need to finish. I guess doing the top makes more sense. And then we kind of want to dig that out to finish the box. We could build from underneath, so the contact's not a big deal here. And we'll have to kind of hem this up ourselves. I like how the dupe's walking on the liquid CO2 causes it to become gas. And if we could build these two, we could dig these out. The dupe should dig that because there's going to be nothing else to dig. Even up top is kind of cleaned up. Alright, let's add 8 to these. And then these two, it's not a big deal because it's technically a wall there. Yep. And then we could potentially get the ethanol right there. Move out the abyssalite. I still want them to add some more uses to abyssalite. That's not just like battery bank or geotuning. Like, you know what they should do? They should allow us to use abyssalite for the rocket module. Like, anything for the rocket. They should allow us to just use it as a mineral. Because it's like, you know, what are we going to really abuse with that? And it's like, we just have so much abyssalite, it just wouldn't be bad to use. And it's a rocket. It's supposed to be pretty sturdy, right? Yeah, we're gonna have to use ethanol here. It's the only thing that doesn't freeze at this temperature. And then that means we can't make this room too hot. So ethanol boils at 35. The bomb lily wants to be 35 to 85. I mean, ethanol boils at 80. 78 plus 3 degrees Celsius. So we're probably going to be fine with that unless we make the room too hot. So it works out almost perfectly for that setup. Otherwise, we don't have anything that stays liquid in here. Mercury's a bad time. It becomes gas. I guess we could actually keep it. Mercury liquid lock, minus 38. Though it is minus 40 here, so probably not. I think oil might work, but we haven't found a teleporter. That would be where we would get our starter amount of oil from. Feels no teleporter, man. But yeah, we're gonna have to use ethanol for that. Okay. Get the ethanol auto bottle 9. We will have to vacuum all this, so we're just gonna do a simple setup. Just gonna be doing the battery run. Got the drop of ethanol, that's all we need. Okay, move out the solids. Let's do the move out construction to 7. Technically, this should be fine. We do want to get a little bit of ethanol inside, because we're going to have to get it inside there. And we let it work. You know, I'm thinking about this now. Maybe we take dupe number 8 because of the fact that we have floxes now and they're going to start dying and we're going to be getting barbecue. Yeah. Get a dupe that's specialized in hauling so that the food actually gets put into the food storage. The only thing is that we don't have a bedroom kind of ready for that. The thing that would make the most sense is removing these 3 beds plus heater and putting it somewhere else. Oh, bunk beds. Haha, we do have it actually. 1 bunk bed setup. Let's put it in the corner actually. We got to get the refined metal. Wait, these are able to just be floating? That's kind of funny. I thought we needed to put a base for it to stack up. Charge the batteries, fine. Yeah, we can build it, but dupes won't use that. That's fine. All right, that could be dupe number 8. I think that works out. Before we get proper bedrooms. Just charging the batteries. Let's bump this out. I guess we should do this as well. No oxygen. Oh, I forgot to turn back on auto bottle, so they weren't filling this with water. Oh no, bro. O2's not included. All right, we're gonna turn this back on since it's on priority 9s. It should be okay. I guess we could bop this tile. Can we get some water deliveries? My bad, my bad. Then we're gonna be able to dump the oxygen out of here too. This area is weirdly breathable for no reason. And what is this? Bop that down to a 5. We'll eventually want to get some liquids in here. The only thing I could think about is ethanol. I don't have a second liquid that would work inside. Maybe mercury? Mercury ethanol for the evolution chamber? Feels weird, man. I guess that could work. We just put a little bit of ethanol inside, put a mercury door or something. Mesh tile made out of mercury, metal tile made out of mercury. And then once it warms up, it's just gonna melt. That kind of works, I think. Alright, we're gonna want to add ethanol here. I'm gonna have to probably watch this, just to be sure. Ethanol, I mean, electrolyzer is back. Okay, gotta put the tile there. This is gonna be for later. Technically speaking, I should probably wait to get the tile built before moving into mercury. It should be fine. Bunk bed looks kind of gross, man. Those bunk beds. Okay, this got built nice. Move out the clay. Move out the goods. Yep. Step it on the ethanol, having a bad time. This is going to cause a little bit of stress, so we will want to get suits here. Okay, that's going to be way more than good. All right, so now we got to put in the tiles into the corners. We could remove this. Oh, this is settled. We don't need to do that. We need this CO2 to get pushed out. It's kind of funny. This actually might be used like this. Hopefully we have enough water for that. I guess that is the thing. This is 8.8 dupes. No one has mouth breather, so it should be fine. But it's like, if I'm gonna start pumping out the suits, I guess that's gonna be where these come into play. And we're getting oxalite from that? Yeah. Shouldn't be too worried. Okay, igneous and ethanol. Let's move that out to here. We're gonna mop, but not the corners. And then we need to remove the gas from here. Cool. We will eventually want gas vents for the hydrogen. And then we need to get bleach stone. Oh, CO2. You know what that means? The carbon dioxide is liquefying. Going from liquid to gas. Ike apple bush, we don't need. Wait. Tidying cook. Germ resistant. Ranch build suit wearing. Second rancher. Rancher with decreased ranching. That's kind of gross. Immune to food poisoning. Alright, man. Joshua is going to be hauling. Skills. Joshua. Carrying capacity. Joshua, the storing supply tidier. Okay. Engineer Troy no longer has to do the primary storing thing. And then the storing priority is nice. Helps out with a lot of stuff. We'll probably be okay with just that. We probably don't want to do build or digging. Should be fine. And then if anything, they might want to do some cooking. Help out with the chefs. Alright, the other thing we will probably want here is get a bin here. Also, bop this. Move everything here. And then we're gonna have bleach stone be moved in. After it's vacuumed, of course. Narcoleptic nap, not too bad. Look at the boiling liquid, boys. Alright, we'll wait for this. Let him move everything out. after we do that, oh, you know what we should do? Move this to the inside. So we could release a little bit of the ethanol inside. Okay, empty that out. We want a tile here. Could we do mercury here too? Hopefully we don't get wrecked by that. The other thing, we will need space heater. We will eventually want that set up. Because we will have to warm this up to like 60 degrees. This got dug out. Bonbons up top. Okay. Want to get that. There's no openings here. Technically, it's kind of crazy, but this is a great spot to do the telescope. All we got to do is dig out the stuff above the diamonds. I feel that'd be pretty good. That's it all on the floor. Just got to get the mercury inside. And then we're going to be able to siphon a little bit of the H2 for the room. We just got to finish vacuuming. I'm realizing that it's probably better to dig this. The abyssalite is actually liquefying the CO2. The abyssalite itself is causing the problems. Alright, cool. This is gonna melt at above 38, which is not bad. Now we just gotta run on the wheel. So of course, this is not gonna be plugged in. We're not gonna move bleachstone into here until we get the vacuum. That's basically what we gotta wait on right now. Gonna want to grow the bomb lily here when we can. Okay, we still have at least 100 and like 15, 112. We all have enough space in the canister. Pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good. Going to the top of the map is not bad. We just gotta empty out the room. Electrolyzers are running. Alright, with 8 dupes, calories still kind of going up. Yeah, we're getting meat now, so that means we're gonna be getting barbecue. Hopefully, yeah, these are filling up a little bit more. And it feels like there's not that much polluted oxygen on the map anymore. It's looking good, man. Looking good. Alright, so we could telescope here. We could also just telescope outside. So I probably need to think about doing like a liquid lock setup. Probably right here. Do a little bit of ethanol. Probably do proper tiles. Kind of like that. That way, if the mercury melt, I'm not really too hard pressed. Nah, that's fake starvation, man. You gotta stop this. Do we still have solid CO2 here? Doesn't look like it. A little bit of food, though. Gotta make sure Joshua is picking up all the good stuff. He's trying. Oh, he's doing the oxalite deliveries. Huh. Storing. This is supplying? Oh my god. That's supplying to do the food inside the fridge. That's... Why is that supplying and not storing? Dude, man. What do be the confusion? Alright, man. We'll hook him up. That way we actually move the stuff into the fridge. That makes sense now. Why, if you get like some build suppliers, they might not be building all the time. They're doing the other jobs. Huh. Is that really a thing? Feels like the dupes are traveling down here and not up here. Which forces them to touch the liquid. I mean, stress is down though, 32%. Can't really be too mad about that. It is looking pretty good, man. 30%. It's going down, boys. Good times. Yeah, we are traveling down here. What the heck, man? Snack fruit? Sure. Put another fridge for the non-perishable food. Oh yeah, I never moved out the pedestal stuff. It's so weird they're going through here. Seems like we will need a little bit of space for gas flow on the side, because this amount of CO2 here kind of sucks. Also might be because of the lack of gas, yeah. The pressure is not high enough, because we're pumping everything. Open these two. Furniture pedestal. Let me get the neutronium ring. I mean, we don't really need this done right now, so we could be a little bit slow with it. MCG. Soon. Part of me does think this makes a lot of sense. I don't want to have to bop the panel though. Apparently it's in the way. That kind of sucks that this is in the way. This is a nice, big, huge painting. Problem is that it's right where I would want it to be. Oh, you know what we could actually do instead? Replace this with glass. That's actually pretty funny. This is a vacuum at the moment, yeah. We could just not go through the door, go through this way. Oh my god, yeah. Kind of. How would that work? Ladder up here, platform here, telescope here. Go through the walls. We're just replacing the floorboards anyways. And then we'll be able to just scan through. We don't have diamonds though. We can't actually make window tiles. Window tile tech, is that rad tech? It is. Oh, what a travesty. Okay, the idea doesn't work because I just can't build a tile type. It was a try, I guess. It's really just going out this way, I guess. Avoid this. Yeah. Okay. Let me get a canister drainer. Here? And then build out the longest pipeline? Feels like it just makes more sense to have it here. Ethanol bottle. 8 kgs. Let's move all the other stuff here. Yeah, and then we do telescope up this way. And then we just go through with the oxygen here into the telescope. We're gonna have to dig out any of the snow that collapses on us. Harvest ready nectar. Oh, hair dryer. Banquet hall is coming in soon. We got it. Nice. Okay, so remove the gas pump. Bleach stone is not discovered. Okay. Dig that out. Bleach stone, chlorine. Minus 34. This might actually be cold enough to have inert bleach stone that doesn't off gas because it's too cold. That is a thing. And then we'll be able to move it out, right? Okay. Autosave flag. So we should see Bleachstone discovered on the side. You missed 100 cycles, man. We did so much. We're making a Drego box, man. We got a spawn set up. We got the outdoor spawn. And then we're at 8 dupes now. It's pretty good. We have permanent food storage. No one died. Nobody. Bleachstone. We're gonna be starting the telescope soon too. That's gonna be another thing we're gonna be trying to do soon. We already did the Princeptor and we printed out a bomb lily suit. And that's gonna be why we're gonna be doing the Dreco box. Because once we get Drecos, we get Phosphorite. And then we get Pike Apple Bush forever. And these little guys get to be chilling. Oh, we missed the Shatterflocks. There we go. That's why you guys are cramped. Does this map have only new DLC installed? No, we did not do the remix or anything like that. This is literally just Blasted Ceres. This is the lab map. So this is not the normal cold map. This is the lab map version. So it's very much unaffected by any new DLC stuff. Though we do have like the new tech. Like we get the swimming hack. All that good stuff. We get the aquatic stuff. We get beacons, rubber boots, and all that good stuff. But yeah, we wouldn't naturally find any of that stuff. We would have to get it from the printing pod. We have to print it out at the Princeptor. Only then would we be able to really tap into that. Outside of that, yeah, very much just the basic Ceres stuff. The Blasted Ceres stuff. Of course, this is the one where there's a split planet, so we have space at the bottom. Looks kind of jank, but it works out. We're waiting to move in some Bleachstone into here. We have it. This is priority 9. Just waiting for the dupes to wake up. Get the sweet, sweet Bleachstone. Yep, it is liquid. Too cold, inert. Yep, I expected that. It kind of works out in our favor. Ooh, Jawbo egg. That does not help here. Grab the Oxyfern. Yeah, Jawbo egg. Doesn't do anything for us, unfortunately. We kind of want to move the stuff out here, from here. Hope you're having a good Friday though, Slayer. Appreciate you for tuning in. I want to say we have stabilized pretty well, and now we're trying to future-proof. Make sure we have an easy time. Stress has gone down by 50% overall. It took all stream, but we finally got it pretty low. So we're doing pretty good right now, man. Took a little bit of time to stabilize, but now that we got it, it's going pretty well. He's not really starving. He's just going to be holding his breath, I guess. He's getting food though. Oh, my man slipped. All right, so we need bleach stone because that's the only way we get chlorine. We don't need that much. We just need a layer right here so that we could grow bomb lily. And then we need to harvest the bomb lily so we could get 8 seeds for the Drecos. And then we got to heat it up so the bomb lily could grow. In a vacuum, though, that's just going to break itself, so we can't really do that until we get bleach stone in here. And then I think the worst thing about it is the ethanol is minus 40. We're going to have to heat up the ethanol directly. That's going to be probably the worst part of all this. The bleach stone's coming in at like minus 38 degrees. So cold that it's not off-gassing. And then we're going to have to warm all that up. Banquet hall, let's go. Even with dupe number 8, food's pretty good. Dude, this is taking so long to get any amount of bleach stone in here. And they're stuck. Wait. The ceiling collapsed on Engineer Troy to the point where they stopped getting pushed up. They just teleported back down. That was crazy. That was actually kind of crazy. They were getting elevated and then they just teleported back down. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. All right, we'll leave this alone for a second. We need to actually do this stuff. Somehow it's just not getting delivered. Grab that. Yeah, we're basically just grabbing the bleach stone from this biome. Not really anywhere else we could really do this. It's still too cold to off gas. Dude, come on. It's still too cold to off gas. That's so sad. So it's like it's just not off gassing inside the vacuum. Okay. We're gonna move a little bit of hydrogen. Oh, you self-bopped. There we go. Okay, so with a little bit of hydrogen allows us to turn on the heater. And then we get to warm up the area, which in turn will allow us to warm up the bleach stone. And then hopefully it off-gases. It's cold though, fam. And the dupes are gonna run in and warm up their hands. Classic stuff. Yep, it's gonna take some time for this to warm up. At least we got it started. All right. Let's mop up the liquid carbon. We're not going to be moving that much more hydrogen out. It should be fine. 358 tons of this, so we're not really worried about water. Yeah, we're really just moving out bleachstone for now. Yeah, look at that. Classic. 0.2 cycles of immunity to soggy feet. Okay, so while we do that, the other thing we could do is start sweeping, or I guess we could build a couple more floors here. That's not a bad idea. Oh, look at that. Stacking the frost resistance. Melted. Let's go. The mercury was supposed to melt. This is going to be our evolution chamber part. Bleach stone. So chlorine. 34. So we need that higher than minus 32, probably. There's probably a 3-degree state change thing. So 31. So we do have to wait for this to warm up. So yeah, it's going to take some time. There's not that much hydrogen in here, but we're going to have to wait. I guess in the meantime, we could start designing the inside. And then double check. 96 tiles. Exactly what we need. This is ethanol. We got it from a pool up here. Got the sweet, sweet ethanol, man. Then we need to kind of run this wheel to get the power on this long term. Guess what this is? Mercury. We're using it, man. We are. It kind of works. It's a little scary, but I think it's going to be fine. Plume squash, probably don't need. Can we intercept that? Nice. We need data banks to buy something, but that is primed up and ready. So telescoping is not bad. I think we're going to start building the second Treco box because we will have to warm this up as well. Makes a lot of sense to start. Food's actually being stored now. This is nice. We used to have food just sitting on the farms. That's not good. Got our drop log of ethanol right there. Might as well continue researching. Whatever that we can. Still dude. No amount of chlorine has off-gassed. Taking a while, man. It's taking a while. Gotta move out a little bit more of the bleach stone. If we do get all 900 kilojoules inside, I don't know if we actually need the entire 900. It might take a while for this to actually off-gas all of the mass, though, so maybe we should try to get all 900 inside. Oh, come on. That's what I was trying to avoid. The carbon dioxide solidifying and then getting a tile there. He had one job and he didn't do it, dude. Feels bad. Okay. Do you want to dig this? We want to dig that. Getting the new Draco box in, of course. Don't want to have to do extra sweeping, so we want to dig out at least a layer before we add in the igneous right here. Okay, that means we can start digging this out. Two tiles there, makes sense. We'll eventually get another door. We could put that door in later. Once we get this built, we could start digging out more. Since this is okay, go out that way. If we can, and we want to dig this down, probably get a floor underneath. Fake starvation. My man's just getting his hands warm. That's the one thing about playing max difficulty with this game. You get so many fake alerts that it kind of sucks. It's like at that point it's like trauma, you know? You hear the sound, you're like, oh shit, we're gonna lose. And it's like, no, you know, he's just pooping, he's just warming up his hands, and you have food, he's just, you know, going through the motions. That sucks. Okay, this is starting to be positive. Let's go. Still not warm enough for the bleach though. It went up a degrees. 1 degrees. We can actually do that from the bottom. That's fine. Ooh. Alright, so this is regular Draco. We're eventually going to do glossy Draco in here. once we get it warm enough for the mealwood. It's going to be faster to warm up probably, but this is going to be the more important one because we don't actually need to worry about temperature of dirt. The dirt's going to be like -40. We bring it inside, the plants are going to stop growing, right? That's going to be mad annoying. Water in the electrolyzer still. Hydrogen is still pretty healthy. 410. You know what I might actually do? Put a second reservoir here for overflow. And then have that tied to a different hydrogen generator that we could just use the power for. It's not a bad idea. Okay, we can dig all this out now. Kind of surprised how close this is to the edge right there, where the space is at the bottom. Also, this map is huge. You can take the top half of this planet and be like, yeah, that's the full-size planet. And I'd believe it. Because this map is huge, yo. We kind of want a little bit of this to spill out. It would make sense. Spill out into here. Okay. We want to trim down another layer still, but it would have to probably be from this side. Given how the temperature, everything here is, looks like it's about to melt. This probably makes a lot of sense. Open this up, allows this to spill into here. Kind of need the CO2 there. And I also want to sweep a lot of the solid CO2 into this area. Top spot is decent. I guess we could continue doing this. There is a ladder there, so this is going to work out. Let the CO2 fall. Okay, so we probably want to do this. So that everything here falls down. And then we could build without the debris being inside. If this melts, we could still climb in, climb up. And then we'll probably want to get a proper floor right here. 900 kgs. We still have half of it in this biome. Looks like my dupes are a little bit overworked, I guess. Not even cleaning the toilets, dude. There we go. Dude, the dupes hear me, dude. Voice chat. Idilia seeds. We can't really grab the interceptor because you can't store more than 3. And I was thinking of making a sweep storage right now, not realizing how overworked my dupes already are. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna make this right now because the dupes, they have free time. They did not have free time. Still want to dig that. And we could probably reach that tile as well. Let's do construction on this side to a 7. Having this started earlier would be pretty nice. Now that this is ready, we could seal this up. Shared wall right here is kind of good for us. In the beginning, though, it's probably not going to matter too much. Oh, chlorine. Nice. Does Bomb Lily have a minimum gas pressure? 150 grams minimum. Okay. Let's get a couple more kgs of H2. This hydrogen probably also wants to be around 150 minimum, so that it could push down into a 150 minimum. We are far from it. Okay. Okay, another 6 kgs. Yeah, this flat line is what we want, but 150. $150, $180. It's getting there. Overfilling the H2 is not bad until it pushes down a little bit too much. Having the pliers is so nice. Doesn't look like it's completely off-gassing, but it is. Liquid CO2 is fine. We just got to keep building this out. Not bad. People chat. This is pretty good. I think this is going to be a great spot for us to wrap things up for the night. It's going on pretty well. We have gotten to space on this side with a liquid lock, so I'm not really bleeding out any oxygen. We're starting to get some Drekos. Drekos are OP. And it's looking pretty good, man. It is looking pretty good. Gonna be starting to stabilize on Blasted Ceres. We have stabilized. Last time we ended stream, we were having some O2 issues. Electrolyzer is up. We have a full tank of 1,000 kgs of oxygen. So oxygen is now included. Calories are in the triple digits. We have permanent food storage while the map is still cold. And we're going to be getting a Draggle box soon. Dude, look at this. This is the ideal setup, but we don't have enough chlorine here. The single line is what we're looking for. It is looking not bad. So we are going to be trying to have this off gas a little more so we get the bomb lilies. And then we'll be working on some glossy babies over here. We'll have our 2 Draggle ranches. And then maybe we do a Mammoth feeder setup. Phosphorite is not bad to have at this point. We would want more though. And then I've probably eventually get some seals up. Lock the dupes out of the room. Oh, they actually moved the rest of the bleach stone in. Oh, there's still 20 kgs. I guess we don't need that anymore. Yeah. Yeah, I had it open because I wanted them to move in the bleach stone inside from the other biome. But it looks like the majority's inside. So we're probably just going to want to sweep out the rest of this. And then we'll be fine. Probably do that later. We'll lock it down for now. Drop this on the floor. And of course, people of chat. It is going to be time for me to wrap things up for that. And it's the weekend, baby. Hope you guys have an awesome weekend. It's going to be time for us to get that saving.